Right, looks like we are ready to go. Sorry for the silence for a little bit, but it's been quite the day. And sorry, I know I got a creaky chair, so lots of ambient noise to deal with. So we've got the right game tagged, we've got our quality options, and you should see a game in a minute. I apologize for the late start. I try and put that stuff up on Twitter as soon as I know, but it was just a very busy day at work. And then I was sort of behind on making dinner. I did not sleep out well last night, so I took a little bit of a nap, but between the time that I finish work and start streaming, excuse me, there isn't actually a whole lot of time, so I'm going to do my best to do the usual length for a stream, but I'm also a little conscious of, how should I put it, I guess I'm a little conscious of how, like sometimes I hit the diminishing returns and I think I can do more, but I really don't. But let's not anticipate that. Let's focus on what's going on. I can't believe it's been 62 hours with the game so far. I'm enjoying it, but it feels like a very long time. So it says 90%. Now I think I can't remember the exact number, but I believe it tells me in the achievements. So we're not 10% away. We are I think it's like 22%. 112%, yeah, so we're 22% away, which I don't know, I need to figure out. It feels like it's been giving me like 1% every time that I do something. I'm kind of curious whether or not those Zote dreams. I'm curious whether or not those will count. Like each time you do, because it feels like there was more than one that we did. So if there's multiple Zotes, I'm kind of curious if I wind up, I don't know, having to do it each time. I'm not quite ready for the Zote fight off the front, so let's take a minute here and see what's on the map. Actually, one thing I'll do, let's start messing around with the the fragile. So this is good for 3, so we'll drop the quick slash for now. We'll bring in the fragile strength. I want to see if I can pick up a better version. Ah, I can smell it! Another gift made for me. Give it to me. Such a little beauty. Such a smell. Such a smell. Ah. Ah, so good. So tasty. A perfect thing. Just for me. Ah. Again, you're so greedy for gifts. Poor little lovely. Give me your geo, and I will give you your gift. 15? No geo? Why? Why don't you have enough geo? Alright, well, we know... I've got an easy way to pick up more geo. But for now, I think I'm going to try and earn... I feel like I have to have that one equipped. So I've got 2 left. I mean, I guess I could put the Unbreakable Heart on. Grub Song... I have used Soul Catcher before. Let's go for Soul Catcher for the time being. Now, I'm not actually ready to... I'm not ready to visit the Grim Troop. Oh yeah, actually, I should hold off. Because I think the guy said something about breaking the cycle or banishing. So, if I go back to the Howling Cliffs... It's possible that there may not be, like, it's possible I may not, it's possible I may not be able to get my charm back, so let's, drop that. I feel a little silly putting multiple, Unbreakable Hearts. Alright. The other thing I can do is try and take a look for areas that I haven't explored yet. So I know there's going to be some stuff in the Abyss. So first of all, we didn't know about the existence of the Abyss until later on in last stream. I'm trying to see if there's any other... Right, so down in Deep Nest... It looks like there are, there's some spots which I couldn't originally get past. That's also true for the Queen's Gardens, though. So I guess the question is, do I want to go through Green Path, or do I want to go through Deep Nest first? Let's go through... Green Path? Actually, I guess that's the Queen's Gardens. Yeah, let's do Queen's Gardens. Oh, and actually, better still, I'm not going to take the Stagway. I'm actually going to walk there, because that will allow me to get some more geo. Also, it'll get me a little practice. So I'm looking for another 3,000 geo for the current... Looking for 3,000 geo for the current, sort of, how do I put it? The current charm I'm working on. And then presumably we might need sort of up to 20,000 or, you know, I guess it was 3,000 that the amount raised by last time, but I don't know. I kind of wanted to prepare for something a little more costly. I also need to remember now that my cloak allows me to, avoid damage. Being a little more murderous this time because I've got geo to collect. One nice thing is that we don't have the Grim Troop charm making enemies of the Mantis people. That won't be immediately relevant right now, but... I might do a small detour into Fog Canyon. The motivation for that is I seem to be able to get all the places I wanted to in Fog Canyon the long way, but I don't actually recall if there was something that we couldn't access before. And usually, whenever I say I don't recall, that's a good indication that there is a secret somewhere. I don't know. I tend to find, I've said this a couple of streams now, but whenever I visit places that I either haven't seen for a while, you know, ones that I might have played early on in the game, or I visit ones that I don't have a, you know, as clear of a recollection of, that tends to be the way that I find some of those secret areas. Now, the nice thing is that with 22% to go, I think it's fair to say that there's, I don't know, there's still quite a bit to find. What I'm going to be worried about is when there's, you know, about 5% or so. That's going to probably involve me wandering around the map and, I don't know, just looking for stuff, potentially in really repetitive ways. That might also be the time that I either ask for some chat help or consult a guide, but I'm always a little reluctant to do that because it's been pretty clear so far that as I go through the game, and I go through the game with a little bit of a sharper eye for how it sort of tells me its secrets, it has been kind of enjoyable to sort of grow in that sense. So at least I kind of figure I want to at least give myself a chance to, you know, to visit all the areas, knowing what I know now, and then if there's, you know, if there's a hidden encounter that's a little more difficult to find, you know, I'm not above asking for help. It's just not my first resort. Actually, a decent example of this sort of thing would be considering the what was it, the there's like a blue dais in the void. So my guess here would be that is somehow related to Joni's blessing, or just generally having blue, like having something associated with the blue health. It could even be taking out those, like, you know how there are those blue areas that, you know, you need to sort of hit to like get the extra shield or mask or whatever it is. It's possible that you need to collect a certain number of those. It might be that you need to have one of those charms equipped. You know, there's one pretty clear association with blue in this game. So that is one angle I'm pursuing. Not worth it. Another sort of, not obvious, but another avenue that I think is worth investigating on this little quest is the journal, the Hunter's Journal. So there's a couple of them which are fairly straightforward for me to find. There's a couple of other ones which are maybe a little less intuitive. That, or I've simply forgotten where the where the enemies are. I was a little worried by how many I haven't encountered. So if I go, so I have 11 monsters I haven't encountered yet, and then of course I have a fairly high number that I haven't completed. I'm wondering, given that there's over 20%, it can't be that there's like 1% for each of these. That would be too easy. Well, maybe it does actually. That would mean half of my encounter is, or half of my lack of completion comes from the encounter. Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. I'm really trying to work it out. The life seed's what I was referring to in terms of the blue. So, The journal seems fairly straightforward. One of the things I need to consider, though, is that it's possible that when it's giving me encounters, it's probably also counting bosses. And that would make a lot of sense as far as like why I seem to be missing so many monsters. So with that in mind, it might mean that there's potentially 11 bosses I haven't encountered yet. That seems a little extreme. It might be that there's just a region that I haven't uncovered yet. But it's a like what I'm trying to do right now is before I thought I was getting better at dodging those. What I'm sort of trying to do is think of the most straightforward ways for me to pursue kind of this exploration. Where are the spots where the game has sort of communicated to me that there's something to be done, and what's a way that I can sort of better position myself for at least experiencing, if not completing, the things that I'm missing. It's also the possibility that there are these dream... Well, I guess they would be on the map if there were more of those dream areas. Speaking of... I should probably visit the seer, or whoever it was that gave me the nail. I'm a smart one. So it's just below... Forgot this is the place where the bottom drops out. I should also consider if I don't know what I thought was thinking there. I should probably consider that if I'm in a spot where I'm looking for the geo, I should probably be considering some of these greed charms. It's funny, I was drowning in it not all that long ago, and now I'm feeling the pinch. But I also suspect that's by design. All right, yep, we passed through the shadow. I don't know if I'd verified that before, but whoa! All right. For some reason I thought I could jump through the base, but it doesn't seem like it. Oh, hello. It's very funny to see what I consider as... Oh! Hey! I like this. Oh! Nuts. I gotta remember this is still solvable. I just need to be a little more careful. Oh, speaking of careful. All right, that was definitely very careless of me. I sort of thought that it was okay. It's just a standard fight, and then I didn't really jump into boss mode. So I suppose my guess that we'd encounter the Traitor Lord is a good one. I didn't even think about oops. I didn't even think about finding the bench. Then again, I guess I wasn't expecting the boss, so I can't beat myself up about that too much. I do want to be a little more careful about my walking around, otherwise I will lose quite a bit of geo and I will be very sad. But I think before I go too far on the path to of recovering my my geo, I should probably find a bench nearby. Because this batch of charms isn't exactly the sort of thing I want to go fighting a boss with. I was getting a little bit better at dodging everything, and then I immediately leap into the bad guys. I'd like to do a better job of attacking those projectile spitters, but I tend to find that I'm just as liable to get hit than I am to get the extra souls and geo out of it, so I don't need to consume everything. I notice all of these areas where the main character sort of takes out the lantern, and the lantern I think was one of the first things I ever bought in the game, which I mean it is completely in character for me. Like I tend to pick up things that seem like utility items in more or less any game. It just kind of seemed, I don't know why, I think it's probably just because I played a few games, but it does tend to feel like the utility items tend to be these things that that reward you for early adoption. Okay, so there is a bench slightly below. Oddly enough, had I taken the stagways, I would have So while I'm obviously feeling supremely confident about my ability to get through all this, I think I'm going to take a minute just to find the closest bench and take a minute to find the closest bench and make sure that I give myself a rewind. Cured Charlie, long time since I managed to catch a stream. Glad you made it, though. I'm really glad that you made it. I'm actually quite late in starting as well, so that means if you are more of a night owl, or at least night owl by my standards, obviously Eastern Time is not a universal time zone, but I should be going for a little while here. I'm really enjoying Hollow Knight, but what I find so funny is that every time I play it, I am reminded, oh my goodness, 2:13 in the morning. Alright, well, if you need to get some sleep, please do not stay up any later than you normally would on my account. I actually have been really feeling this effect this week in particular. I really want to do my best of stopping by and saying hi to people, especially people who maybe don't always feel that they get the attention they deserve on Twitch. And let's face it, just about everybody feels that. But what I do tend to notice is that for me, I find it very easy to sort of stop in for a second on something. Why did I jump into those spikes? And then just sort of find my entire evening consumed by that. And that's obviously not great. There's many things that you can do with your life other than watch Twitch. So if I'm going to keep you from getting a good night's sleep, please don't let me do that. But for however long you're here, I'm very happy to have you here. Well, you are far too kind in your comments, but I will try and do my best to merit the comment and do the game justice. We are, according to the in-game information, we're apparently 90% complete. I've not made like a full commitment that I'm gonna 100s or rather 112% the game, but I definitely sort of seem to be on track for it, and I am a little obsessive. And let's face it, I'm enjoying the game. So I'll give it a shot. I think I am going to try and get the souls. The approach I should be taking against my antagonist is not actually banking up souls, but rather just going aggressive and taking them out. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. Why do I never used to mistake jump and dash, and now I'm doing it all the time. Oh no! I'm just gonna reset all of that, have a sip of coffee. It's well worth getting 112%, even if it's quite challenging at times. Yeah, well, I mean, so I think one of the things that's really ruined me as a streamer is that when I did Dark Souls, I didn't like it when I first played it. I got to like that boar in... I don't know if you've ever played Dark Souls, but there's like a boar in it that's armored. And it is significantly more difficult than anything else in the game. I even think I might have taken out one of the Black Knights. So like I had something of a threshold for tolerance, but pain, or like a threshold for threshold for tolerance. That doesn't make any sense. At a fairly high pain threshold. Oh, Jesus. Okay. But I think that boar in particular, because it wasn't optional, it really grated on me. And I was like, this thing is just arbitrarily difficult. I don't get why people like this. And I walked away. And then I don't know exactly what it was that brought me back to the game, but I went in and I eventually sort of got it. And I enjoyed, the whole thing that makes people really like Dark Souls, the sense of accomplishment that comes from these. Like, again, Dark Souls, I think, does a really, really good job of convincing you that the challenges that it threw at you were the hardest you've ever faced in your life. And I'm fascinated by how they pull that off. But I did manage to complete the game without the guide. Now, obviously, I like DLC, completely missed all of that. I think you have to know some details to sort of be able to access it. But I was able to complete the game, including some really very hard to find, or not hard to find, but hard to solve areas, for me at least. And it became a point of stubbornness where I was never gonna consult a guide. So here, I'm really enjoying the experience of going from being a complete ignoramus as far as Hollow Knight is concerned to eventually sort of getting how it presents its puzzles to me. And so, I've so far been able to get on a little bit better of a... Oops. Getting on a little bit better of a track record. I'm not quite sure how to put it, but I've been getting a little bit better at managing the game. I love this detail, by the way. It's been so long since I've seen this character. Alright, that was a little premature. Oh, I didn't even switch my charms. Again, premature. Okay, I need to either smarten up or I need to heal. Whoa! Alright. I kept running from it, and what I had meant to do was I had meant to dodge the other direction, but each time I feel like I feel like I'm hitting the arrow button before I'm hitting the dodge button, but it's definitely not registering as that. So I know it's common for players to complain, "Oh, I totally had that, man." So I'll accept the hit. Okay, so I only really have one. I feel like Grub Song isn't what I need here. The Axe Body Spray is kind of fun, but I think I'll take the Sprint Master. Never played Dark Souls, but you know that there's a lot of little things here and there that make it a bit more rewarding to slog through it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you like Hollow Knight, if you were to enjoy sort of the style of game that Dark Souls, okay, yeah, what an enlightening point of view. If you like the kind of game Dark Souls is, you will like Dark Souls. What I mean is, if you enjoy, I guess they call them action RPGs, but then I think of an action RPG and I think of something like Diablo or Grim Dawn. But I think you get what I mean, like that sort of third-person fighter. Oop, I'm in the wrong area, but it doesn't hurt to get a little extra soul. Or possibly lose it to stupid mistakes. But yeah, so I mean, if the third-person perspective and that particular style of control, I feel like if you enjoy that experience, then I feel like Hollow Knight, if it wasn't inspired by Dark Souls, at least there is a fairly significant overlap in how it tells its story and some of the other factors. Why am I not paying? Sorry, I don't want to blame chat on this stuff, but I feel like I'm looking away from the monitor at the worst possible times I could be doing things. Anyways, I definitely feel the style of storytelling has some similarities, and am I completely losing my? No, if I go to the left, I think I will fill up soul-wise. Well, as much as I can. Probably cost me more than I got. Anyways, it's a game that everybody has an opinion on now, right? But I can definitely see, like, one of the things I really admire about Hollow Knight is that I've kind of already said before that I wasn't necessarily the kind of person who was well equipped for Metroid-style games. It's one that it's a genre that I had a little difficulty clicking with. Oh no, Cured Charlie, not at all. That's I own my failures for sure. I definitely don't want to communicate that that chat is ruining it for me. I'm whenever I have trouble with what seems like trivial moments in a game, I try and register what went wrong. And for me, I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm just losing focus at the wrong spots. But like, that's totally on me. Like, I don't need to stream the game. I am choosing to stream the game. All right, let's see if I can get a heal in. Okay, so lots of early hits, I think, is the answer to the. Okay, I'm a little lucky. Okay, oh wow, I'm really blowing it. Again, went the wrong direction. I'm still not getting those dodges down right. But yeah, no, sorry, Cured Charlie. That was not at all intended to say that the talking was ruining things. Like, there's nothing about the Traitor Lord fight, which I thought I would be doing better on, to be honest. There's nothing about the Traitor Lord fight that's a result of chat. It's more just little dumb things like me running into spikes on the walls that I didn't used to. Actually, one thing I will say, just for because we're gonna, if there's anything you want to talk about, now's a great time actually, because if I start falling on spikes here, this is this is definitely a very low risk area for that to be happening, and there's lots of opportunities for me to get souls. One thing that's going on in my own day-to-day life, all right, I'm being a bonehead, that's been a bit rewarding. I think I was talking about how I got I signed up for sort of there's a computer publisher, or computer book publisher called Manning. And generally they have pretty decent books. I mean, as with any publisher, these tend to be, it's sometimes hit or miss in terms of the topic, but I feel like they've done they've got a pretty good track record. But I was really disappointed with one of their live projects that they recently just put out. I felt that they dealt with the topic that they were covering in a very superficial way. I think they said, set aside 6 hours a week for 3 weeks to get through this thing, and I was done it in like an afternoon. But it did motivate me to take up a project that I was doing a while ago, which was to go through one of my old textbooks and solve all the problems using Python. And the thing is, it's like it's undergraduate textbook, so I mean, this is the kind of thing that I hope I don't need a lot of help on. But it's been really good for learning, not just, like, I already know some Python, but what it's been really good for is alright, I was a little slow on that. Jesus. No! I feel so bad about this. I'm assuming there's nothing that I can do to stop that, but holy smokes, that was shocking. Most interesting thing that's happened to you is finding a new game and finishing part of your college work. Excellent. What's the new game that you found, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, here's a question for you. I don't mind, because, like, the event's already gone by. Is there any way to save this character, or is it, is this always going to happen? Because I know Zote, it's possible to, Dorfromantic. What kind of game is it, if you don't, again, if you don't mind me asking? Protect. Oh, one arrives. Far it walks to find me. Did it seek my aid, or did the path carry it by chance so pertinent to so pertinent a place? It is true that you are awaited. No, perhaps that is inaccurate. True one like you was awaited. I have a gift, held long for one of your kind, half of a whole. When united, great power is granted, and on the path ahead, great power it will need. A relaxing building strategy and puzzle game, in which you place tiles to create an ever-growing idyllic village landscape. That sounds really good, actually. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a second here. I finally have a notebook beside the mouse again. I was trying for a while to clear my desk of all clutter, including the notepad, but I think that had... I feel like I lost more... So yeah, it's definitely nice to have a clean workspace. It's weird. I let my apartment get very cluttered. Like, I'm surrounded by books right now. And, like, as in, I need to kind of be careful when I get up and go around the computer. But my workspace is... Like, it is the first thing that people say every single time they stop by my office. It's... Well, when I had an office. Now it's, you know, now it's home. Actually, I think that's probably why I'm doing it. When I'm at work, like, my desk is completely free of anything other than what I'm currently working on, and I get antsy if I have it any other way. So that's probably why I started being a bit of a tidy freak about it. Anyways, one casualty of that was keeping a notepad by the desk, and I've missed so many good things in chat that came up. But yeah, that sounds really good. I actually really enjoyed on the builder note. So I've obviously been really enjoying Industries of Titan, and they have been incredibly kind with their time and attention. That and Phantom Brigade. It's actually been really, like, I really like it when people come in and enjoy the game. But it's been really neat to sort of interact with people involved in the creation of the game, because it's, you know, it's neat to be able to put a sort of a chat name to the title. I will also admit it does make me a little nervous, because I'm always like, oh, am I playing it right? But on that note, so Industries of Titan, I'm enjoying in the builder sense, and I actually also really enjoyed Surviving Mars, because I thought it was very optimistic and relaxing to play. So I don't know if Dorfromantic is like that, but it sounds really up my alley. Okay. The White Fragment. I wonder what that is. It faced the gendered child. She's a fierce foe, strong in mind and body, striking reflection of her mother, though the two were permitted little time together. I never begrudged the worm's dalliance as bargain. In fact, I feel some affection for the creature birthed. If your paths were ever to align, I imagine you might gain yourself a powerful ally. Within my roots, the weakening of the vessel I plainly feel. Only two obvious outcomes there are from such a thing. The first is inevitable on current course, regression, all minds relinquished to that pernicious plague. The second I find preferable, and would seek your aid in its occurrence, replacement. I implore you, usurp the vessel. Its supposed strength was ill-judged. It was tarnished by an idea instilled. But you are free of such blemishes. You could contain that thing inside. Oh man, this is definitely very Dark Souls-ish. Sorry to compare it just to that. This is a very good game in its own right, but it's really hard to avoid the connection. I'll offer fair warning. The vessel may itself be weak, but it is much empowered by that force within. To claim its role requires strength of some magnitude. Prepare yourself well before attempting the task. Propel well, but don't dally. Were the vessel to break prematurely, that plague would unleash with rage and power built of ages chained. So it can access a mind, then the seals shall break before its blade. It is also really interesting to see who is aware of you using the dream nail. Alright, so I want to see what the deal is with this white fragment. Oh, it's a charm. Fragment of a white charm. It cannot be equipped. Interesting. So, I'm going to take a small risk here. I'm going to tab out. I'm going to go to the wiki entry for the traitor. In-game event. So I'm really curious about where is it? I'm trying not to look at any okay, yeah, so there's a picture of Trader Lord can be found in a large building on the upper border of the Garden's Wilds. When the knight enters the place, they are ambushed by Mantis traders, with the Trader Lord jumping down from the ceiling thereafter. If the knight rescued Cloth from the ancient basin, she joins the fight before his appearance. In doing so, she's impaled by the Trader Lord at the end of the fight. However, she also takes one last swipe with her club, bashing him on the head and leaving both dead. If the Trader Lord dies from the knight alone, the infection bursts out of him and makes him explode. If Cloth kills him, less infection bursts out, and his husk collapses on the ground, his face and right horn shattered. So it seems that there is nothing that I can do to... it seems like there's nothing that I can do to save Cloth. Oh, apparently there is. So apparently, if you don't do something, again, I'm trying to be a little careful in terms of what I read, but it seems to suggest there is a circumstance under which Cloth will leave the Dirtmouth. Interesting. Again, I want to leave myself some surprises, but I think it's very hard. I don't think I have resurrection in my my bag of tricks, so that's one I sort of felt was manageable. Well, now that was something. A true battle of mighty warriors. So intense, so climactic. It's really everything I could have ever hoped for. If you could just give me a second, actually, I want to send Isaacson something really quick. Isaacson was the one to get me to play Hollow Knight, so I've been letting her know what I've been thinking over the course. Thanks for all your help, my friend. For a tiny bug, you set a valiant example. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it. I don't know if I want to use my dream nail on them, then. Be on my way soon. Nola is waiting, and I'm done down here. Just savoring the moment a little longer. I hope that was the right call to make. Alright. I think I said I wanted to check out Deep Nest afterwards. Yes. And as before, I'm gonna walk it. Ah! Anyways, I was talking about the Manning course a little bit before. I'd set aside the work that I've been doing on that a while ago. Like I have a Git repository or GitHub repository with it. So I kind of took a look at the data. I was a bit surprised at how long I had let that thing run without working on it. But what has been really interesting is that in the textbook, one thing I've never really done before are time series methods. So it's not that I never did macro, but it's not the thing that I most commonly did, let's say. So I always thought this was the Traitor Lord. I mean, and it still might be, but definitely would require some explanation in terms of how it got so much smaller. I'm just trying to think if there's an advantage to going one way or the other. So I finally actually bothered to sit down and like properly read this part of the book, and it's been really rewarding. Again, it might be at a lower level than what I might have read like more recently in school. But it's been really rewarding to go through it because I feel like I have a much better understanding of that type of analysis than I did before. Like, I definitely sort of had treated it as something of a... How do I put it? I don't know, I kind of feel like I was almost treating it like a... I was treating it like a... just a command to be run in a computer program, whereas now I sort of feel a little bit more confident in terms of the assumptions underlying those models and what makes them work and whatnot. I realize this is not the most exciting topic to be talking about during a gaming stream, but it's something recent that happened with me, and given my work has definitely improved with the new division, but I have also noticed that there are a couple of things that are grating on me still. I feel like in my workplace there's a very high reward for people suggesting to do things differently, but very little accountability in terms of actually delivering on what's promised. So when it comes to software, right, you know, you can suggest, well, we should do X, Y, and Z. And if the gains promised by X, Y, and Z never actually materialize, they're not around to sort of be held accountable for it. So hoping to go into IT itself, so computer talk is interesting to you. That's cool. I actually, the funny thing for me is that I sort of know my limits as far as IT stuff, particularly like so obviously I've talked about, you know, programming language, which, I mean, I think at this point here, it's not everyone, but I also think we're past the point where programming is something, special that's done by a certain class of person. Like, I feel like there's enough out there now that if you are interested in programming, that is something that you could conceivably take on regardless of your background. And I think there is something to be said for gaining some familiarity with it, if nothing else, just so that when people, who might be specialists in that, tell you something, you can feel a little more confident about whether or not they're telling you the truth. Our IT people at work kind of behave like nobody else knows computers. And I have definitely had more than a few times where I've sort of wound up diagnosing my computer problems for them. But the challenge is because they're the only ones with the permissions. There has to kind of be the song and dance of convincing them that it was their idea before the thing gets fixed, which I'm not too proud. Like, I don't mind it. I just don't feel that's a good use of anybody's time. A mask, a face. Does it need one? Does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. Does it know of the face that hides beneath? Such remarkable contrast the worm conceived. But yeah, the one thing I have found is that I did TA computer science, and I have liked the fact that as a whole I am able to get stuff done a little bit more efficiently. But I also sort of recognize that there's limits to my knowledge. I probably wouldn't rank very, very highly as a programmer. It's just within my certain domain, being able to understand the tools has been really helpful in terms of getting more stuff done. And that's actually why I found it really rewarding to go back to that textbook, because I'm able to understand the subjects in the textbook better, as well as learn some of the capabilities of the language. So I actually went back and looked at what I did in the first chapter, and it's very clear how I have learned new shortcuts from a stronger understanding of some of the modules that are available for Python. So, and it's nothing exotic, like it's just stats models and pandas, NumPy, that sort of stuff. So. I realize I could be speaking a foreign language just because it's Python doesn't mean that everybody uses uses the same modules. All right, I'm slowly starting to undumb myself so far as spikes are concerned. I do remember though that Deep Nest was not the friendliest place so far as surprise spikes. I really thought I'd kill that guy in one hit. All right, that's unforgivable. Sorry, I'm gonna have another sip of. I finished my coffee. Now I'm onto the tea. Ooh, and the tea is still warm. It would be nice if it was hot, but usually I can't drink a coffee and a tea fast enough to have both hot. And I'm under no illusions as to how little sleep I got last night. So it's not bad to think about why I'm doing this way. I don't know why I tried healing up, but I wasted souls doing that. I'm doing it so that I can head to the bottom right. Of course, I may have easier ways of getting there, but I'm doing it this way so that I can hopefully get a few more geo. I know I can sell... Ooh. Alright, I need to smarten up or I'm gonna lose a lot. Yeah, so the aim here is that if I can sort of naturally accumulate the geo for this upgrade, then I'm in a better spot. I'm in a better spot to sort of sell off the other components. Whether or not I have something left over is something of an open question, but at the very least I leave myself the option for the third fragile charm. I'm trying to think if there's other spots in the game where sort of enemies appear out of nowhere, or if that just happens in Deep Nest. It would make sense if it just happened in Deep Nest, because obviously it creates even more uncertainty in an already rather frightening part of the game. I guess there's those hidden sort of like Venus flytraps in the region. That doesn't... I don't feel like that quite is the same thing. But, you know, kind of the Aliens style, they're coming out of the walls, man, enemies. That kind of seems... At least the only place I can remember that happening is here. There's probably better ways for me to get souls, but... Was it really worth losing 4 masks? Have I done much of the DLC content yet? Good question. So I've gotten 2 sets of 3 flames for Grimm's Troop. See, the challenge for me is it's a little bit like play... So I guess when I do the Elder Scrolls... Oh man, I'm behind on recording Elder Scrolls. I just remembered. Alright. Something for me to think about at another time that's not going to get solved right now. So... It's... I sort of get the impression of DLC material, but I'm never 100% sure. For games that do it sort of in a seamless fashion, I'm always a little uncertain. So I know Grimm's Troop just based on the logos is something that I've done at least part of. I think Lifeblood was the other one, like the blue one. And that one I'm getting that one's a little hard for me to read what the addition is, because it doesn't feel like it gets its own special area. And I don't think I've encountered anything with the yellow DLC. I think it's like God something. That one I'm actually trying to figure out where it is. Godmaster, there we go. So, I don't know. It's a fairly mixed report. I have a feeling I've sort of nibbled at least 2 of the DLC, but I suspect I haven't finished either one of them. I might get an idea of that as the like as I start taking a look at my achievements. If you want any pointers, you know most of the game like the back of my hand. Okay, that's cool. I have enjoyed discovering so far, so my usual rule on that is like, the way I try to manage it is I give chat sort of first right of refusal. So if I feel like I've been here already, the corpse of Garpede. I usually like to try and figure stuff out on my own, but before I consult a wiki or something like that, I'll sort of ask chat whether anybody has any opinions or any ideas of what to do next. But I'm not quite sure what I thought I was going to accomplish. Yeah, that's really interesting. So they know that I've gotten past the shadow barrier, and they're reinforcing that this is something I can use to get past enemies, and yet I still failed to register it. That's really neat. Yeah, this is really neat the way they're... Okay. Also showing me the limits of my powers. This is a really neat way how they made that puzzle. This is one thing I really, really like about these kinds of games. And it's, like, not every game does this, but I really love how... It's clear that somebody sat down and sort of thought, what are all of the things that I can do with this new ability? Like, now that I know this area is accessed through this means, what's another way that I can use this cloak that's different from what you would first expect? Sharp shadow. I might be getting another notch soon. So, one... Technically... We already have this one, so 2, 3, 4, possibly 5, depending on what happens with the white fragment. Okay. Now, unfortunately, that means things aren't quite as exciting on the bottom side of the map. I mean, don't get me wrong; it's a charm. I can't complain about finding that, but I was hoping there would sort of be two things I'd discover. Another thing that's been surprising me is which enemies I require more than one encounter with. Like, I sort of feel like the traitor lord was something well within my abilities. I sort of feel like I've taken on enemies like them before. Then again, like, everything does not have to be like a one-shot, right? I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else for me to check. I am a little suspicious of this area just above the tramway. It feels like... Well, okay, I mean, I can kind of say this about everywhere. But it does sort of feel like... It does sort of feel like if there was going to be a... It does sort of feel like if there was going to be sort of a hidden area, there's enough of a gap in the spot to sort of say, you know, there's probably something there. I guess I never did answer if there was anything higher up in Deep Nest, or if that roof's just a roof. Where else would I want to go? Right, Kingdom's Edge. There's an area I haven't checked out yet. I gotta remember where the seer is. And then perhaps unexpectedly, I was sort of thinking I might find more of the children once I started going behind these black barriers. Oh, I guess I said I was going to go into the Fog Canyon. Ugh, that's kind of far away. Maybe I'll save that for another trip. Trying to remember the seer. Oh, right, the seer is... Okay, seer's in the resting grounds. That's not so terrible. So maybe I go up through Kingdom's Edge and head to the seer. I mean, it's the long way, but it's not impossible. And then there's some of those closed doors in King's Station that I need to figure out as well. Okay, tell you what, guys, I just needed a quick minute here. I shouldn't have started messaging, but I did just notice something in my emails, and while I do not... Sorry. There's, in Canada, there's a book chain. So we don't have anything like Barnes & Noble, so far as I can tell. We have a big book chain called Indigo Chapters. I think it's just called Indigo or Chapters. But my bank gave me a small discount on, like, you know, or it's basically the dollar value was exactly like a copy of a book that I sort of wanted to pre-order, but I don't know if they charge the pre-order right away. Like, the discount is based on it showing up on your statement. So I put it in my cart, and I don't know if you know this, but if you put something in your cart and you leave it, every once in a while you'll get a discount from the retailer to, like, try and incentivize you to buy the thing because you've obviously shown interest. But apparently this store does not bother with discounts. They just, like, guilt you into trying to buy the thing. And I'm like, it's not coming out till December. You have plenty of times to convince me it's worth buying. Anyways, I did get an email that I really wanna deal with, and then I'm gonna properly shut the phone off, and then I can focus on you 100%. So now's a good time to get a drink, a glass of water or tea or whatever works for you, and I will be with you momentarily. I apologize for doing this, but it's gonna stick in the back of my head until I do it. Actually, you know what? Tell you what. I'll do one better. I'm actually gonna take a quick minute to go to the bathroom. Because I can multitask. So I will be back in just a second. Sorry about this, guys. Alright, really sorry about that. Let's get rid of the sign. I'm going to take a quick second here and take a look at the achievements as well. So, acquire all charms, acquire all mask shards, acquire all vessel fragments, collect 1,800 essence, which we're not close to. 2,400 essence, good god. Rescue all the imprisoned grubs. Leaves out to die, unless we can do that. Okay, so we've got the Grey Mourner, defeat the Traitor Lord. I thought I did. Okay, yeah, if I reload, that's not there anymore. Okay, bring peace to the Grey Mourner, so that's probably one boss. 17 hidden achievements. All right, well, so much for that. So much for that. So much for that plan. Where's it gonna go? Okay, I'm gonna try this upper area first. I feel like I've kind of already been there. The other possibility is there might be an area that's lower. And we did just come from... Yeah, we'll see. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Tell you what, I'll just explore wherever I can. And we'll see what comes up. Oh, crumbs. Alright, so what would I be looking for? Basically anything against the roof, although usually anything on the roof... Oh, I remember doing this. Or did I? Olaf, thank you very much for the host. How you doing tonight? I can't have done this before. Super neat idea, though. Aha! Now where do I get the other one? Okay, well that was... I guess that wasn't a question of a secret. That was more of a question of me just going back... Oh, man. So if I knew about that, and I hadn't visited it yet... God, that could mean there's... That could mean anything. There are potentially so many areas... Okay, so if there's spots that show up on the map, even if you haven't done everything inside of it, just about anything on here could... Just about anything on here could be a potential new area. Okay, we'll figure it out. Are you on... So, you and Arielle were doing Borderlands DLC last time I saw you play, but I feel like it's been a while since I've been in Ari's stream. Have you two moved on to Borderlands 2? Because I know I've said this a couple of times now, but I definitely have... So, actually, there's something weird that's happened to me. Ooh. I kind of feel like there might be a wall on the side here, but I also don't see any reason for me to try... Well... No. No, that was... I don't know why I thought there would be, but... Well, I know why I thought there would be, because there's the... I can't point on the mouse. I'm trying to develop some intuitions about the shape of the map and the areas where those, like, walls show up. But I think this is one of these cases where I'm sort of... I'm seeing things rather than making proper inferences. Anyways, so I feel like I was under the impression I was seeing new stuff, and then I sort of feel like I'm running into some cases where I'm now experiencing material that I've already played in the game. But it wouldn't make sense because they're like story missions, and they, like, if I was experiencing, if one was new, and then something after it wasn't new, then clearly I've got a mistaken recollection. But man, it is weird. Like, as enjoyable as it is, I'm getting very weirded out story-wise because I feel like I'm seeing stuff that I've already played, and I genuinely don't remember if I deleted my save and started over again or something. So, mind you, I'm sure you would not say it's a bad thing to play, you know, play more Borderlands. So, I don't have the third one. I figure. I've got that, I've got the pre-sequel, and then I've got the Telltale game. That's probably enough for me for now. Also, I'm trying to get a read as to whether or not the third one was any good, because I know it's not crazy to hear what happened to the developers on it. Well, you know, even then it was more the people at Gearbox and the way they handled bonuses. And I know there was a lot of opinions about the game based on their decision to have the timed exclusivity with the Epic Store. But that's independent of the quality of the game. Sometimes... Oh, hang on. So I feel like I'm going through... Well, I've clearly been here before. So what am I... Why is this a secret area? So this is... I'll admit, this is weirding me out a little bit. So it's clear that this is a passage on the map that I haven't seen yet. The fact that this rancid egg has been picked up suggests to me that I've already been here. But the thing that's a little curious to me is that it's not really... Like, it's not registering that on the map, which makes me think that there's another part to that. I'm going to kind of try tracing along the edge of that area and see if there's anything... Yeah. One other possibility is that it might connect into that other secret passage to the left, so I might give that a try and smack the... smack the right edges of those walls, but I think here I'm probably, again, I'm probably imagining things as far as secret passages go. That is very curious, though, that it's, like, I'm clearly going into passages which aren't shown on the map. That or I'm reading the legend wrong, but... So the idea here is that if there was somehow a link between these two areas... I'd find it in the walls here. That looks highly doubtful. So I suppose the only other option would be down into the right. That was not an efficient way to do that, but I really did not want to wind up in the bed of worms. It was not a bad effort to try and get the masks, but I think the net for that is still a loss. Nope. My dear, aren't you so kind, checking again on my well-being. I'm ever the caring host. I can't understand why more don't visit in your manor. Now you won't mind if I just take a little bite. Just a leg, perhaps. A full belly is the best path to happiness. So I was curious if you actually take damage on that, but... Okay. But again, like, it seems to indicate there's some sort of secret area here. Should see if the fact that I took damage off of that changes the encounter at all. And I'll admit, like, I'm really at odds in terms of that particular area. So the fact that the map is behaving the way that it does, I don't think there's ever been a part of the map that has done that. But it's also, like, I've not really... Ah! Get out! Get out! Get out! Maybe it's something to do with, So I guess I need to time it for whenever the attack would come.
Are person home?
I wonder maybe it might have something to do with the charms. Anyways, so I'm going to say somewhere between the left-hand side of that area I was in previously and the right-hand side of the area that I'm in right now, I think this is a prime candidate for there being some kind of secret, and I just haven't been able to... make sense of... I haven't made sense of how to get to whatever else is hiding behind there. And again, my justification for this belief is the fact that I don't think I've ever had a point where the game is sort of registered that I'm sort of off the map. So all of those areas I know for a fact I have visited before. And I don't believe I've ever had a case where the game has sort of let me visit a place like that and not recorded it on the map. So it could be that the mistaken part of the reasoning is that I have actually encountered stuff like that before on the map and never noticed it before, and that there is in fact no secret area. Hey Squiffy, good evening, God save the Queen to you, good salt. I actually think we have a few members of the Commonwealth in the chat tonight. Well, whether or not they're in the chat watching the stream. Not to call out lurkers, I've learned not to make that mistake. Though with that in mind, for those of you enjoying the stream in silence, I appreciate you stopping by and watching, because I certainly know this is a very popular game, and it's not always easy to get people to watch. Not always easy to watch, get people to watch a, basically a game that people like. So like, you know, if you want to stream and you do Fortnite, if you want to play Fortnite, you probably should play Fortnite. But that can be counter to the idea of having a high concurrent viewership. I'd argue, one, because, I mean, obviously people like Ninja are able to, you know, keep an audience entertained while they play that game. But I tend to think that sort of game involves a certain amount of focus. And so, you know, probably you're not spending the same time on the... Well, I mean, I don't actually watch those kinds of streamers that much, so maybe the appeal isn't so much the audience interaction so much as just watching somebody play and potentially be good at the game. But with that in mind, like, you know, one thing for me about Hollow Knight is it's definitely something that I started playing because someone wanted me to play it. Obviously, if you take a look at the Hollow Knight category, there's a lot of people playing the game, and this is the challenge that you run into with games that are really enjoyable to play. when Cyberpunk comes out, everybody wants to play Cyberpunk. So how you differentiate yourself in an environment where people who have an established audience are going to automatically go to the top of the rankings with their Cyberpunk stream is kind of an open question. Same with Hollow Knight. I could play and enjoy Hollow Knight on my own. I do have something of a question in terms of what my added value on Hollow Knight is to people. But with that in mind, I've also learned that some of you actually like seeing me play Hollow Knight, so I'm enjoying sharing the experience for sure. Actually, Cured Charlie, I didn't know for sure that it was a secret I was looking for. So no, I think I'm happy to try and figure it out on my own. The big thing is that I didn't I was allowing for the possibility that there was or wasn't a secret there. So I'm okay walking away. I think what I'll probably wind up doing with the last few mysteries like that. No, it's okay. I mean, the thing is that I haven't run into stuff that I consider to be mistakes in this game very often. Every once in a while, I'll find a piece of art that's in a different spot. So the fact that there is an area of the map that says, I'm on it. So I'll show you what I mean. So it doesn't say that the map is updated. Oh, actually, it just occurred to me there is a way that I can show you the spots that I'm thinking of. So the rationale that I have, if I shift tab, you should see a cursor. Yeah. So it said that I was walking around the map somewhere here and somewhere here. Now I've already whacked the walls, so that doesn't seem to be the obvious way to handle it. I've tried hitting the person who tries to take a bite out of me with my dream nail. I've tried a few different things. So I don't consider it that big of a spoiler in terms of it, but it's clear to me that there is some so it seems here that there's something that's worthwhile for me to investigate for sure. And I'm also getting to the point where I feel like there are fewer and fewer cases where I can say I'm gonna be running how do I put it? There's fewer and fewer cases for me to say, I'm missing a piece of equipment, and that's why I'm not able to get it, let's say. I've got a number of enemies that I'm still facing, so, it could be that, or that I haven't faced yet, so it could be that that's a mistaken, a mistaken assumption that I'm making. But I think it's harder for me to say that I'm not getting to certain parts of the map because I'm lacking certain gear. But what has been really rewarding over the course of playing this game is that when I get stuck like that, or when I sort of think to myself that I've tried all of the different approaches, there's still enough for me to find in other parts of the map that will, they'll sort of show me something new. So for instance, I couldn't point you to the specific moment when this happened in the game, but eventually I realized that a lot of secret areas were actually revealed through sound in the game. And so I started listening for things like waterfalls and the like. And that unlocked a whole bunch of areas. And so what I've sort of been doing, it's not a fully iterative approach, but basically what I've tried to do is, when I get stuck, I say okay, well, I can bang my head against the wall for a really long time, or I can say, I'm not quite ready yet. I need to learn lessons from other parts of the game, and once I learn those lessons, I'll find what I'm looking for. And again, I could totally miss it, and then I'm sure at that point I'll be like, okay, I feel like I've explored everything but this one area that I wanted to get back to. But it's been really interesting. It's actually one of the more rewarding things about the game has sort of been figuring out how the game secretly teaches me stuff over time. And it's definitely fun. So want to drop a hint, but I don't want to spoil the game for you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, Cured Charlie. My commitment to you is this. Oh, sorry, it's huge. I think I missed what you were. you're saying that's so cool for. And welcome, by the way. Oh, and Talwyn Mossthorn. I'm sorry, I missed your name in chat. It's really good to see you as well. God, there's a lot of you in here. Thank you for showing up. Again, I had a late start tonight, so I really appreciate the fact that I've not been neglected. Anyways, yeah. So one of the things that's been kind of neat about this game is to just see the ways that the game sort of subtly teaches me how to do certain things. And sort of what I figured I would do is if I get to the point. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I remember what I was going to say. I always give chat the first right of refusal. So before I consult a wiki, before I check any kind of external resource, I always say to chat, it's like, okay, now is the time for you to tell me how to play the game. I didn't figure out how to do it. And people are usually good about it. Although the one thing I find really funny, this is more so for games like Stellaris, what was really interesting is that the proportion of people who want to tell me stuff that I already know and the proportion of people who are there for when there's something that I don't know is it's a pretty astonishing ratio. But it does make me feel kind of good because it's like, I'm never gonna find a perfect solution to that. But I do sometimes find it a little amusing to see how the dynamics work when I need the advice for sure. So I always try to pop by if you're awake around this. Thank you very much, Talwyn. I appreciate it, especially because I know, especially with Hollow Knight, there's lots of options. Sorry, I don't think I finished the thought on that, but yeah, Hollow Knight's a game that's fun to play. I would have had a perfectly good time trying Hollow Knight on its own. There's no rule saying that I had to do that on stream. And the fact that you've all been, good sports about letting me indulge on a game that certainly everybody wants to play, and for good reason, right? It's been really rewarding to share the experience with you. Now, this is going to sound like a really kind of craven way of trying to get audience interaction, but I am a little curious about this, and it's partly because I've got a little bit of a walk ahead of me, I think. I was heading... Right, why was I heading here again? Okay, so eventually I wanted to check out King's Station and the... there's a few things, actually. So eventually I want to check out King's Station because I feel like there were a bunch of closed doors that I couldn't get past. There's also Kingdom's Edge. There's a door I couldn't open. Right, and then I can do the same trick, yes. There's this little area here. So I'm interested in this for sure because I feel like I found this before, but for the same reasons that... sorry, this is so hard to manage. For the same reason I have reason to believe that there might be something well, I got to draw a pretty big circle, but for the reason why I think there might be something in this area, I feel like even though I've already traveled here, there's very clearly a gap. And then no certainty, but I have a feeling that there'd be one of those dark barriers. Yeah, sure. Are you talking about... you're not talking... Oh, I guess it's all on the same... No, are you talking about the charms or are you talking about the inventory? So I've got the Shade Cloak, Mantis Claw, Crystal Heart, Monarch Wings, Isma's Tear. Oh, hang on. What does this do? Fruit form from a single... Oh, this is the one that... this is the one that gives me immunity to poison. Oh, actually... so it looks like there's one item that I still need to pick up based on the gap. Lumafly Lantern, Map and Quill... King's Brand, Tram Pass, Pale Ore, Rancid Egg, and Unknown. I believe, so far as I can tell, I've talked to all of the masters. I think there's going to be at least one more level of nail upgrades, maybe more. I need another Pale Ore for that. I've got Focus, Shade Soul, Descending Dark, Howling Rays, one Vessel Fragment away. I don't know how many vessels there are. I have half a mask. Got the Dream Gate, the Dream Nail. 600 souls away from that. This, I think, is just currency. For sure. Absolutely, it does. I think one of the things that I really respect about the way that this game works too is that the game is definitely, like, it's very beautiful. It's clearly very well designed. I was talking a little bit before. So again, I don't know anything about game design writ large. But I have to feel that at least, like, insofar as I can know anything about good game design. Like, honestly, good game design to me is, did I have fun playing the game, right? But I have to feel like this idea where I was talking about having that shade cloak and being able to, like, you know, getting past the obvious thing that you need to get past it, right? Those shade barriers. But going into that region and realizing that they made it so that there's no way to get past, well, at least I think there's no way to get past those enemies without taking advantage of the fact that you can slip through slip through the bodies of enemies doing that. Again, that's just one of these things where I have to assume at least some part of good game design involves being able to say, it's like, okay, instead of adding like 6 new mechanics, we'll add 1 mechanic and we'll come up with 6 unexpected ways to use it. And I feel like that's something that happened in that particular part of the game. Oh, that's right. I remember this. So what was blocking me last time? Ah, it was the acid. Alright, so there's definitely something new for us here. There was a place, you will not specify where you were sure you could push your way through somewhere with acid Isthmus makes you immune to, but you didn't have Ismar's tear, so you couldn't, obviously didn't know about it. Yeah, I don't know, if you're saying you won't specify, it's, like, I have a place in mind. Oh, hey. This might be the Mimic, though. This would be a good spot for a Mimic because it's a narrow platform. Alright. I'm Mimic paranoid. You tried all the ways you had tax described. Literally a place like where you described. Yeah. Oh, is that it? Fair enough. I know we've already checked out the Hive quite a bit. So I suppose... maybe the Hive is DLC that was brought in from God Smack, God Like, God Damn It, whatever. God something or other. But because it's yellow, that's the only reason I think that. No, but we're 100% on the same page here, Talwyn. It's definitely. So one thing that I've learned to do in this game is to accept that it may not be time, and that's, to me, that's actually motivated a lot of my exploration in this game, which I like quite a bit, because the exploration side. See, the thing for me is the exploration side has been the spot where I sometimes break with a Metroid-style game. You know, I kind of talk about how I feel really annoyed where, you know, I run into an obstacle and the game is like, didn't do it in the right order, and there's no way you could have known what that order is, so now you get to waste your time walking across the map again. And I'm trying to think why I react differently to Hollow Knight. But it's definitely, for whatever reason, Hollow Knight has done a good job of training me to accept that this might be something that I need to check out a little bit later. I think it's maybe because it gives me enough stuff to do that I don't really feel like my time's being wasted when that happens. It's just another you know, another thing which I'd left aside to sort of bring me in. I think it might just be I think it might be how it presents the challenges to you early on in the game. So once you do sort of amass this collection of things that you can't access yet, it feels like less of a I don't know, a burden. Have you hit the training dummy much? The one by the Nail Master? I'm trying to remember. Oh, are you talking about where the like the bad guys suddenly show up and like if you're talking about how enemies suddenly appear, I had that happen once and then I tried hitting it some more and I don't think anything else happened. But if that's where you're going, I think I've seen the thing that you're referencing. You've come a long way just to die here at the edge of the world. No, do not speak. I have heard thousands and thousands of empty words from those like you. Your pride, your desires, your desperation. You'll take these things with you once I strike you down. Raise your weapon then, and die like those who came before you. I should probably get to a bench, but it's gonna tell me challenge. Yeah, screw it. I don't like the sound of this.
They are mine.
Okay, I gotta stop. Yeah. So I had more opportunities to heal before I started wasting my health. Now,
They are mine.
okay, now may not be a bad time to... One thing I never really appreciated about the vessels at the time was it's neat that you get the extras, but it's also a way that it prevents you from getting too much healing in a break. Okay, I gotta take advantage of those breaks. Ah!
They are mine.
Easy. Yeah, no, it's all good, Cured Charlie. I'm trying to do my best to sort of decipher what's being said in chat. Like I actually really do appreciate you guys trying to be a little cautious in terms of what's going on. So I'm trying to do my best to indicate. So like what I don't want to do is pretend to know what you guys are talking about for fear that I'm, you know, that I'm gonna open the door to something I haven't seen yet. But I figured the best that I can do is try and signpost the areas I think you guys are talking about, because at that point you're probably gonna have an idea. Okay, this sucker's got a big surprise waiting for him. Because I figured the other thing too, one appeal for some people in these games is, you know, oh man, he's gonna totally lose his mind. Like my reaction when Cloth got killed, like I felt really bad about that. That no that I yelled out was very genuine, and I don't. For those of you that have watched for a while, you know that for like games like Outlast, I don't react to them that much. But apparently Hollow Knight has successfully succeeded in making me shout with emotion in a way that Canada's fine horror products is not. I know it's an AI or whatever, but I got to appreciate it. Well, still such a hassle. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever used the Dream Shield, actually. Never have I been defeated in combat. I can see myself there, still sleeping. How long have I been hidden here? Here at the edge of the world, no one could find me, except you. Warriors, knights, kings, even time itself, they have no power over me. Only you. You are the darkness, come to consume me. Alright. 300 away. Body of a warrior with shield and nails. So, wasn't actually planning on going over here, but let's see if we can find out what's going on in this area. Because my ultimate destination is going to be to the seer. I feel like I should be able to get there. Best part about the Hollow Knight bosses, mini-bosses, is how complex yet easy the bosses are. Health management and how quickly they attack can get overwhelming. When broken down to the small bits are really easy to beat, but with everything all piled on at once, it can lead to a quick death. For sure. I mean, it's... Like I've said a couple of... Actually, I think while you've been here, I still get a little surprised in terms of what bosses actually wind up giving me kind of a run for my money. Because there are ones where sort of mechanically I see that they're really just throwing stuff that I've already beaten at me. And, you know, little details, like it's pretty clear that when I have to, I'm perfectly capable of zooming through enemy. Yeah, and then I screw it up like that. But, you know, being able to pogo over enemies or being able to, you know, handle most of the tricks to stop myself from taking damage. I feel like I've demonstrated the ability to do this. And there's plenty of bosses where people are like, you know, how did you do him the first time? It took me so many tries on that guy. I've been hearing that less now, so I think I'm probably getting a little bit closer to the median play experience, and I just got lucky with some of the earlier bosses. But, you know, little details like being able to dodge the spikes. Those are, you know, those are things that I kind of take for granted. So, you know, I feel like anyone's reaction times can always get better, but as a whole, I don't really feel like those are the pain points for me in terms of playing the game. And yet, it's really clear that some bosses that seem very straightforward are ones that I've had a little bit of trouble with. All right, that's really shameful. And yet there are others where, you know, it might be a more complex set of interactions. And, all right, that one was... See, as soon as I get self-congratulatory about something, I start screwing it up. I don't think there's anything in the cast-off shell for me. Oh, stupid aspids. Should head left here. I've always loved literally running circles around PE. Oh, the same is for all Souls-likes, but Hollow Knight does it so well. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is, okay, so now that we're back on Dark Souls, I try not to talk too much about Dark Souls, just because I figure there's other games to talk about, and while it is clear that there are influences inside of it, there are things that Hollow Knight does very well on its own. One thing that was kind of amusing about my first Dark Souls playthrough, I think I actually need to go a little bit higher on the right-hand side of the map. So I maybe didn't quite appreciate the spirit of the game. I got a full Havel's plate set fairly early on. And, like, I took that and ran with it basically for my whole playthrough. And, like, I built everything towards basically having such an incredible amount of tank that I would, I would just put down a shield and I would, I would defy the enemy to be able to break through my impenetrable shell. And then I ran into Ornstein and Smaug. And I did not change my build. I still had the fat rolls. I was determined to make sure that, that my walking tank was... I wasn't going to change... I was not going to let the game change the way that I played the game, but holy smokes. Hey, Valian! How you doing? I feel like it's been a while. How are you doing tonight? But yeah, that is definitely a point where I almost got broken. Needless to say, when I played Dark Souls 2, I went for much more mobility. I also think I did Dark Souls 1 on stream again, and that one I did a more I did a slightly more agile build on that one. As you've not been doing well, incredibly tired for some reason. I feel you on that, Night Valiant. I have not been sleeping well. Well, you already know I've not been sleeping well, but like to a point where I needed to make sure I took at least some kind of a nap between finishing work and starting the stream. That's why I was so late. Well, one of the reasons why I was so late, not the only one. But that one was... I kind of treated that like the threat was gone a lot earlier than it actually was. I think this is where I need to be. I just want to verify. Yes. Okay, this is another not bad example. So as far as I can tell, this connection down here has not actually been established. Tower of Love. Have I been here yet? A locked, padded door. Huh. So there's still keys for me to find, huh? Anyways, yeah. So yeah, I'm very much in your very much sympathetic to your circumstances, Night Valiant. I hope you are feeling better very soon. But for those of you who do not know him, Night Valiant is a streamer that I found through KidFox Games' Lucifer Within Us. He's definitely a very relaxing and soft-voiced streamer. He's based in Brazil, tends to stream quite a bit later than I do, so he's been someone who I pretty frequently host at the end of the stream. I try not to be too... So I do try to mix it up a little bit because it's, if I keep focusing on one streamer... The problem is I don't wind up finding people like Night Valiant. On the other hand, it is really nice to be able to share streamers like Night Valiant, so I try and find the right balance. But he's, in addition to playing a lot of games that I've personally really enjoyed, I feel like he's been very good at finding some stuff that I've been really into. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, I feel like this is a whole new area that I've not been to before. I know it shows something on the map here, but I'm trying to see if there's any meaning. There's something about the glass jars. Ah. Okay. Interesting. Sorry about this, folks. I'm very intrigued by the Tower of Love. Okay. Anyways, please check out Night Valiant. I'm sorry, I completely got inside my own head. Talwin says, I ran through one of the Witcher 3 DLCs using only signs. Fights took 40-ish minutes, more than they would normally, but oh boy, did it feel much more rewarding once I beat it. I have to admit, so I played the first Witcher for a little bit, did not care for it that much. I was going to give it another try, but then Johnny Big Time did the Witcher trilogy, and he was incredibly frustrated with The Witcher. Johnny's pretty, I mean, he's a little bit like I am as far as games are concerned, where he may have his views on games and what he likes and what he doesn't, but he doesn't pretend that those views are, general statements on, or objective statements on the quality of the games. Like, he kind of accepts that he and I have different tastes. I mean, so Johnny's someone who really likes kind of summer popcorn type movies for sure. I am definitely an arty film kind of wanker. So it should seem like we have nothing in common about movies, and yet I don't think we've ever done a movie night where like we have not thoroughly enjoyed what's being shown. With maybe the possible exception of like a couple of so here's a fun one. One of my favorite streams I've ever done is actually with Johnny. We did A Way Out, and I think one of my favorite compliments I've ever gotten on the stream has been someone calling it the Riff Tracks version of A Way Out, which is incredibly high praise. But needless to say, I really enjoyed playing that with him. So after somebody said that, I had to show him Riff Tracks. I showed him, what was it, Stone Cold, which is a pretty good one. If you like Riff Tracks and you've not seen it, I think Stone Cold is somewhat fun to watch as a movie, and I think the commentary is very good for it. I'm not, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that Stone Cold is a good movie. I'm saying that it is a very good movie to see the Riff Tracks people lampoon it. Whereas some of the Riff Tracks movies are genuinely terrible movies, which are sometimes frustrating to watch, save for the fact that the commentary makes it work. Anyways, he didn't care too much for the first one. He said, I might like the second one, but the third one was the one that was really worth playing. And he said, if you're going to play them, play the earlier ones first, because you will not like them compared to the third one for sure. And I've been having difficulty deciding whether or not I want to invest in playing the earlier Witcher games. The first game did combat system that did not age well. Well, yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that the first Witcher game strikes me as a lot more of like a Dragon Age style game, whereas it feels like the second and third ones were a little bit more like what we'll call... Again, it feels weird to call it an action RPG, because I always thought action RPGs were Diablo and Grim Dawn and Chaos Bane and stuff like that. Talwin has you have a quote somewhere saved that explains the first game sort of as a good story told by a fledgling storyteller. Second game is a bad story told by a great storyteller. And then third is a great story by a great storyteller. The other thing is, at some point, I want to get back to Cyberpunk 2077, because I might have my issues with CD Projekt Red and GOG, but for the same reason that I do a lot of stuff about EA, like, okay, I didn't dislike the game. The reason I stopped playing it at the time was because I knew there was copyrighted music that was going to be showing up, and I'd prefer not to get a copyright strike because CD Projekt Red mislabeled the safe streamer mode, or didn't flag the music or whatever. I didn't think it was the game that they were making it out to be from the advertising. But the big thing for me is I didn't really care for Skyrim when I first played it. But after going through and I know I've said this a few times, but after going through the Elder Scrolls games, like from the first one now onto Oblivion, I've actually come to really, really like them. Like, as in, I would consider myself a fan of the Elder Scrolls series. Oops. Well, this is going to make some complications for me to get back. I always like this touch about this room. I still get caught by that other guy showing up. Unfortunately, it is going to be hard to... Alright. Oh, can I get... Alright, maybe not so hard. But yeah, so if I measure Cyberpunk by the standards of a CRPG in the vein of Fallout or The Elder Scrolls, it's actually quite enjoyable in that regard. But it also was a sort of thing where I definitely feel that it was not the thing that it was sort of selling itself as, which is fine because I want to judge the thing on its merits as a game as opposed to the discourse around it. But I mean, the thing is that now that the copyright thing. Hang on, I still wanted to head up the elevator. Now that the copyright thing's resolved, there's no reason for me not to be trying that game now. And it may turn out that it's not something for me. I know Kite, who's a streamer I quite like, is quite fond of the game. But it has definitely been sort of it's been sort of my thing to try and evaluate either a game or a company, a number of things sort of on their own merits as opposed to just kind of jumping on the bandwagon and saying, oh yeah, obviously Cyberpunk was going to be bad, right? There's a lot of that running around, which I don't particularly care for. La Pousse Caillou! What's up? Just passing by after work. Going to sleep after a long day. Sounds like my day. But of course, I know now that I know what you do for work, I need to keep my my perspective as to what a long and difficult day at work is like. So thank you for what you're doing. I hope you have a good rest, probably a well-earned rest. And as always, I really appreciate you taking the time to say hi. As far as my family, I'm not in regular touch with them. Not like we're not estranged or anything, but we live in different cities, so I'm not always up to date. But so far as I can tell, I did find out my brother and sister might have gotten COVID, but I'm sort of taking it as no news is good news on that one. I haven't really heard much beyond that, so I'm assuming that they are all right. That's news that happened, that's news that happened a while ago. And it's maybe to give you an idea of how, relatively mild it seems. Oh, that's where these guys are. Excuse me. It's been a while since I've been here, so I should definitely... Excuse me. I definitely should be keeping an eye out for any... I should definitely be keeping an eye out for any other details. Anyways, so far as I can tell, they are fine, so... My grandma took a second dose a few days ago. No reactions to it. That's great to hear, Night Valley, especially because I know your part of the world has definitely been very hard hit by it. Oops. Was trying to pogo it, but didn't quite pull it off. So dark. Let me rest. I'm trying to remember which charms and stuff I got from these. Doesn't hurt for the review though. This sorry, I gotta get in a little closer. Where did it go? Oh, hang on. I think I might have it wrong. How do I pull this off? Okay. Wait a minute. So when I bring up the map, to the left of the elevator. Oh, okay. So I was thinking that this area there might be something new, but it turns out it's just the connection to the crystallized mound, so that's not as important. Over here in the UK, we're on month 12 of our 3-week lockdown. I have all the sympathy in the world for that, Cured Charlie, especially. I mean, I feel like you guys have been jumping in and out of lockdown a lot more than. Again, colonies. I think we've got. God, I got to think of how many colonies are represented in here. So I know we got Australia. We've got a fairly solid number of people from the UK, at least one Canadian. Well, I should be counting myself in this as well. So definitely more than one Canadian. Trying to think. I don't know if we have any New Zealanders in the chat right now. Bermuda. I was not expecting that one. Anyways, I mean, chat does not need me to tell them that we're getting close to the end. Again, I have been very lucky in the type of work that I do. It's not just so I'm doubly lucky in the sense that the nature of my work allows me to work from home. Furthermore, the people I work for actually have an incentive to be sort of following government guidance. It's one of these ones where if they weren't, it would probably raise more questions than it's worth. And so to me, actually, it was really funny because in my old position, I would interact with external researchers quite a bit, and it was weird. Like it was like it's kind of like the level design you would see in a game like it's kind of like how do I put it? Like if you were to play like The Division or like a zombie apocalypse game, like I went to, it's not just that I went into the office on the last day because like I needed to get my work laptop. I never take my work laptop home unless I am, so like I normally wouldn't work from home under any other circumstances. So I don't bring my work stuff home unless I'm either specifically told to, or I can give a specific statement. I know within the next 24 hours I'm going to be doing work stuff at home. So I needed to go back to the office, and like all of the whiteboards have the total, the end is nigh scrawled in like pen and stuff like that. It like every time I kind of laugh at that stuff for being overwrought in a video game. Like I owe every level designer an apology for every time I've sort of laughed at that stuff, because 100% my office looks like that. You're really surprised how efficiently you've managed to distribute the vaccines, but we have the UK to thank for the vaccines themselves. We wouldn't be able to procure them under our own hat, so that... Yeah, and I mean, let's keep in mind, like this is a research department that I'm in, right? Like this is where, people with graduate degrees are walking in, accessing data to do formal research with. So usually academic or government is probably our used to be sort of our largest client base. So you'd sort of think that it's the sort of thing where you might see a little more decorum, but no, it totally looks like something you'd see inside of like Fallout or Dying Light or the Division. I'm sure most people don't pay much attention to other countries' rules, but we're going to be completely out of lockdown on August 21st, the absolute earliest. The UK, that is. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I feel like the US has been sort of doing some announcements in terms of in terms of when things are back to normal. I also sort of think that the U.S. is just one of these countries that sort of, whether you want to or not, you got to pay attention to them. I feel like Israel's kind of been standing out too, I think just because of their overall performance. I feel like that's one that people have been paying attention to quite a bit. But as a whole, you're right. Like, people tend not to... And I'll admit too, like, I try not to let this stuff affect my life more than it already has, so I probably could stand to be a little bit better in following the latest developments in Canada. But the thing is like, I'm relatively young, at least as far as the distribution of vaccines are concerned. I don't have dependents. I haven't really gone outside the apartment. If anything, I should stand to go outside the apartment just to get more walks in. But a lot of the stuff, unless it's a genuine lockdown where it's pretty clear, like I'll usually hear about it from another source, I just haven't really had the need to follow that sort of stuff. And I completely get that I'm lucky like that. Obviously, if I was working at a coffee shop, I would have a very different attitude towards it. But I also sort of think the job for someone like me is to, because I can, don't make the situation worse by going out unnecessarily. I try to make it like once or either once a week or once every 2 weeks for groceries and stuff like that. And then when I do go out for a walk, I mean, it's been really cold, but usually I do it like late at night. So, Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. Yes, the time has come. The dream nail, and you as well, Wielder. It is time for you both to awaken. The essence you have collected, the hope that still remains in this old kingdom, pure potential, let it course through you and into the dream nail. Hold it aloft, Wielder. Awaken. Awoken Dream Nail. Hold D to charge and slash with the nail. Dream Nail is upgraded. It can break into even the most protected mind. Oh, man. So there's areas that I haven't checked out yet? Ah, yes. No dream can hide itself from you now. You can peer into the darkest places. You just need to find the right crack. What will you do with such a power, Wielder? Whose memories will you hunt down? Do as you wish. My promise is fulfilled. May the crimes of my tribe be washed away in time, like the rest of this kingdom's. So much essence, so bright. You truly are the Wielder my tribe so long has dreamed of. The folk of my tribe were born from a light similar to essence, similar to that powerful blade, though much brighter still. They were content to bask in that light and honored it for a time. But another light appeared in our world, a worm that took the form of a king. How fickle my ancestors must have been. They forsook the light that spawned them, turned their backs to it, forgot it even. And so this kingdom was born from that betrayal, but the memories of that ancient light still lingered, hush whispers of faith, until all of Hallownest began to dream of that forgotten light. But what's done is done, and so am I. The Wielder has at last appeared, and I've held the memories of my tribe for long enough. It's time for us to be forgotten too. Don't remember us, Wielder. Don't honor us. We do not deserve it. I'm sorry. Light. Radiance. I remember you. Wild. Ascension. Collect 24. Oh, 24 entries. Here are the series followers. That's really cool. I did not realize that we were... I thought it was 2,800 for some reason. Okay, I want to find a bench before I try this. Am I missing something here? I thought it said I could dash. Awoken Dream Nail allows the wielder to cut through the veil between dreams. Awaking can be used to reveal hidden dreams or open gateways. The power of the Dream Nail is fully awoken, allowing entry to certain protected memories. Okay. Yeah, so far as I can tell, I still have to be stationary for it. Anyway, I am a little curious when they talk about this more powerful nail. I think this is going to be very bad for my health. The bugs within this glade are under my watch. Treat them with respect and you may remain, but raise your nail and you'll be content with me. Was trying to time it so that I could hit them. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Now the question is, are they still mad? The other thing I can try is whacking these guys with the dream nail when the attacks are coming in. But I don't actually want to. I actually don't want to hit them with the dream nail. I just wanted to see if it was possible to do anything with the Ascended Nail. Okay, so, I'm gonna head over the Blue Lake, I think. Might be a bit premature, but I'd like to get a read on how many charms away I am from my next notch. I should stop by Hallownest to get my next to protect the vessel. The dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon the teacher in her archive surrounded by fog and mist. Lurian the watcher in his spire looking over the city. Hera the beast in her den amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, Hallownest lasts eternal. By the way, I don't know why, I'm quite fond of this statue. Never got this far in, but maybe that sarcophagus thingy can be whacked now. Were you talking about the, I guess there's a couple, actually. Yeah, there's a couple of areas that are like that. There's one place for sure which I want to deal with, which is in the far left. Oh, 6 more charms. All right. Unfortunately, I want to make sure that I get a lot of money and, like, I want to finish my work with the troop before I pursue that one. Well, first thing I can do is head up to first thing I can do is head back to Dirtmouth and get my upgrade. I can also queue up the next one just to see what the cost is going to be. I probably could stand to read my journal again and see see how many more of certain certain enemies I need to take out, because I feel like that would recommend things like going to the resting grounds. I feel like I can go to the rest... Well, no, hang on. That doesn't quite work for the resting grounds now I think of it. I don't know. I definitely have a clear idea of one place that I want to go, but I know there's stuff that I want to accomplish before I head out there, and that's tying me up a little bit in terms of the next place that I want to go. It not impossibly so, but I need to think about the best way to handle it. Is it the Black Egg template? So there's one in the Abyss, and I feel like there was one on the map. I don't think it was Isma's Grove, because Isma's Grove, I'm pretty sure this little thing here would have been where I got the acid from. Let's see if I can find it on the map. I don't know. I'm sure if I wander around. This is a tricky part, actually. There's 2 or 3 spots where it feels like there's either just a platform, like basically, it feels like the room has significance, and yet I haven't been able to interact with anything sort of in that spot. Which again is usually an indicator that I haven't gotten the message in terms of what's available to me. But I think Squiffy and... Oops, sorry, not paying attention. I think Squiffy and Curse Charlie are saying there's... It seems like there's a few candidates for that sort of a thing. Although again, my answer for those ones I'm actually less worried about, because even though I can't particularly articulate what part of the map they're on, those are ones that I'm not too panicked about, because I feel like I will find them through the normal course of events. What I mean by that is, like, as long as I keep exploring the map without going to sort of the same areas over and over and over again, I feel like I'll sort of rediscover it without too much effort. I think if I go back to the Abyss, one thing I'd like to do is to have my, I'd like to have sort of my Joni's artifacts up. There's one thing I'd love to try, which is to basically put all the Joni's artifacts on, get all of the blue, like, life seeds, and then try to head to that dais. But the prospect of trying to go that far and not take any damage is kind of ridiculous. So it's like, it's kind of, to me, that's there is no question, like, this is the way I would make something happen there. Like, if that didn't do something, I'd be at a loss as to what that dais is all about. The thing is that also seems like an incredibly difficult feat for someone like me who has a tendency to take damage in stupid and reckless ways. I think we got some new... Hey! No charms, huh? So it looks like 1, 2, 3... Possibly 4. 5, 6. Nope, 7. It's possibly 7 to pick up anyway. I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to, Squiffy, but it's, I mean, the biggest thing that I can say about this sort of stuff is that, like, for sure, I will be visiting all of the locations over at least once more, before I go and take on the Hollow Knight. Precept 3, always be rested. Fighting and adventuring take their toll on your body. When you rest, your body strengthens and repairs itself. The longer you rest, the stronger you become. Again, you're so greedy for gifts. Poor little lovely. Give me your geo and I will give you your gift. The smell. Ah, you're hiding something very nice from me, aren't you? Shouldn't hide something so nice. Show me, show me. Put it on quickly. So basically, I'm not going to go to the Howling Cliffs until I've properly handled all of the fragile... Actually, yeah, Fragile Greed is the worst one that I could have done because the Fragile Greed is the thing that would potentially give me the geo to handle the requests. Anyways. Ah, I can smell it. Another gift made for me. Give it to me. Ah, such a little beauty, such a smell, such a smell. Ah. Ah, so good, so tasty, a perfect, perfect thing, just for me. Ah. Again, you're so greedy for gifts. Poor little lovely. Give me your geo and I will give you your gift. Only 9,000, okay. No geo? Why? Why don't you have enough geo? So again, I'm not in any rush to get that, but that will be sort of an intermediate goal. Oh. Pff. So what did I... Oh yeah, it was the Soul Catcher. Unbreakable Strength strengthens the bearer, increasing the damage they deal to enemies with their nail, and the charm is unbreakable. I may actually wind up respecking my default collection on the basis of some of these. I don't really see myself equipping whatever the Unbreakable Greed is, but you never know. Back again? You know I haven't any stock left, yes? You've cleaned me out. Or were you hoping to sneak a peek at my mountain of geo? Well, it's mine now, and fairly traded. I've been hearing about the strangers that have come to town. They're strange indeed from what I've been told. What interest does this tired little place hold for them? I'm thinking you may know the answer to that. None of my business, of course, but I'd be wary of their deals and promises. Keep your nail half drawn, if you understand me. That lovely young lass returned to us. I must admit, I'd placed thin odds on her survival. Seems to think very highly of her rescuer, some sort of dashing warrior type. Barely stopped gushing since she got back. The warrior must have passed down below whilst I was taking my nap. Such a shame. I'd have loved to meet so impressive a bug. Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no place to better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Plus I enjoy the company, not that you seem the talkative sort. Have you seen them? The travelers who set up camp outside town? I was interested at first. Not a lot has been happening lately, but they have a sinister feeling to them. You can feel it, right? I've told Cornfur he's not to speak to them. His heart and mind are a little too open sometimes. Are you enjoying yourself down in the ruins? At times my husband makes Hallownest sound like a wonder, but sometimes it seems like a ghastly, dangerous place. Okay. So... Before I head back down to the ruins, I'm gonna take a quick minute here to just review some of the stuff that I want to accomplish. So Howling Cliffs will be to find the Howling Cliffs will be to find I think his name's Bram. Anyways, the member of the Grim Troop. But I don't want to do anything with the Grim Troop until I have the 9,000 Geo to sort of claim the last of the charms. So at some point I'm going to have to return to Deep Nest to see what's going on with these. Well, I mean, maybe the Dream Nail's the one that I needed. I feel like I should check out the Watcher's Spire again just to see if there's anything new to check out there. I think I'm starting to run out of the like really obvious low-hanging fruit. So I think the stuff, like I think the areas where the map sort of abruptly ends, I think all those are starting to go away. In theory, if I were to try and collect all blue, probably the way I would want to start it would be in Deep Nest. You know, this is really dumb for me to try right now because there's other stuff that I can do, and yet I feel really invested in trying this out, so... Oof. I think I'm gonna have to give it all up. So compass will be important here. I'll at least put the long nail in. I think my numbers are going to be tough to follow through. But yeah, so let's see how close I can get to doing this. So I guess I gotta go from Queen's Station. Let's see if I can pull it off. The reason I want to go from Queen's Station is as long as I can get, or like I want to go to Deep Nest, as long as I can do that, the other blue lifeblood should be a little bit easier for me to find. Ever played 5D chess with multiverse time travel? I have not played 2D chess with multiverse time travel, Squiffy. No, I feel like that name should be familiar. I'm trying to remember what game jam it came out of, or maybe I'm thinking of a different title. But the only way to play chess. It's funny you mention it though, because I actually is it called Lee chess? I think. I used to really like chess as a kid, and then I don't know. I just sort of feel like either I never really lost interest, but I guess I didn't really have the opportunity to play, or you know, to be honest, I actually can't quite give. I think any account that I would give would be trying to justify, like after the fact, why I stopped. I've definitely wanted to. So I'm not taking any chances on some of these. Caution is sort of the... Caution is going to be reign supreme on this, so this is going to be a little tedious to deal with, but I should have got that Geo, but... Worms pull bugs into their thrall till ages pass and kingdoms fall. Caps and shells may fall to dust, but Mr. Mushroom readjusts. But yeah, anyways, I used to like the Chessmaster series that Ubisoft put out. I felt like they had a decent little set of tutorials. But yeah, the biggest challenge was I really don't think I kept up long enough to really grow. But this Lee chat. So I tried with chess.com, but I think I get the impression that chess.com really wants you to pay for an account. So whoa! That almost ruined it. I don't think I'm going the right way. And at some point I am going to need to hit stuff with the nail to regenerate. Again, try to take the low hanging fruit when I can, get the souls up so that I can hit stuff at range when the opportunity arises. But yeah, anyways, Lee Chess, first of all, is totally free, so it's a price point that I can get behind. But it also has what looks like a pretty decent little set of exercises. So you are asking that question right around the time that I'm getting back into chess. It seems like my cup of tea. Gifted by Pal. Just got trying it out tonight since I was trying to avert my gaze on the Hive. You haven't discovered that in game yet. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, yes. For those of you, so there's lots of really good streamers like Elkanu who I don't always get to watch their stuff because they're playing something I want to try, and I don't want to, I don't want to get to. I don't want an early preview of some challenges that I'm coming up against. I try to be like... I try not to be too... I don't know. I try not to be too militant about that sort of thing. Like, games are still enjoyable even if you know what's coming up. Sometimes they're more enjoyable when you know what's coming up. But, yeah, I mean, in your situation, I probably would have bugged out already. So, well, so to speak, in Hollow Knight, I guess. So I appreciate you sticking around despite the potentials. Anyways, do you mind telling me a little bit more about how 5D chess with 5D chess with multiverse time travel? Could you unpack a little bit about how it works? You went to Greece last year when travel was allowed. You got a really nice mythology theme. Ooh! I'm assuming Greek mythology. That's really cool of Microsoft to let Greece use the Age of Mythology characters in a chess set. It really grows the brand. See, this is I will admit my impish tendencies on like in people's chats on streams tends to be a little more subdued in real life, but I'm almost certain if I were to see a chess set like that in excuse me, I'm pretty sure if I were to see a chess set like that in person, I would say it's like, oh, really cool Hades themed chess set, man. Every once in a while on YouTube, I run into a crowd that tends to think that if you play video games, you can't possibly read books. So sometimes it's fun to roleplay an idiot. Well, I don't actually need to roleplay it most of the time. But the trick with those, I know I talked about this last time, the trick with those ones is you string them along just long enough that they're convinced that they're smarter than you, and then you drop little hints that you actually know what you're talking about, and no matter how obvious you make it, they'll fall over themselves to correct you. Actually, one of my favorite ones was when the Westwood Blade Runner game. So for those of you that don't know, the company that made Command and Conquer made an video game adaptation of Blade Runner. Which, from what I understand, is a very... Oh, nuts. I'm not going to let one bit of... Oh, hang on. I can still get on that bench. Okay, no, this can be redeemed, for sure. But I gotta keep that... I gotta keep that threat in mind. Gain me nothing. Anyway, sorry, what was I gonna say? But yeah, so I think it was actually in the GOG channel. But I said something because, like, obviously I really like and know quite a bit about movies. But I think I said something to the effect of, like, Blade Runner is the only good video game adaptation. Or no, sorry. I'm trying to remember the exact phrase that I used, but basically the implication I was making was that the Blade Runner movie was an adaptation of the video game, and it was the only good example of a video game that produced a good movie, and people get very upset with that, it turns out. Anyways, you're just getting the ropes of the game. Imagine normal chess, but imagine that you can take any piece in a sideways parallel dimension, also presumably back in time. Okay. Back to previous boards. Oh god. It seems like it could get really insane on higher levels of play. I believe it. Imagine evolving into chess with grand strat levels of micro across chess timelines. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fascinated with how they handle the complexity of that, because that sounds like something that would just do me in. But, I mean, it's popular enough that I've heard of it. So, you know... And I don't think I have any particularly specialized knowledge of this sort of stuff, so color me intrigued. Because each time you do one of those things, a new chess timeline opens. Oh my god! Wait, so is the idea that you need to get checkmate across one of the timelines? Because that's really neat if it is. Just grab your set. Poseidon is the king, Athena is the queen, bishops are Alexander the Great, the knights are Bucephalus, Alexander's favorite horse, castles and rooks are classic Greek pillars. Oh man, that does sound really good. To give you an idea of my enthusiasm for chess as a kid, I actually built a chessboard. It was a Chinese chessboard. I taught myself, yeah, this is my first game design. I taught myself the rules for Chinese chess and it was out of cardboard. Like it was not a pretty, it was definitely not a pretty creation. But I genuinely like put the time in and learned everything all the way through. And much like any other board game that I run into, I never have people to play with, so it sort of went untouched and unloved. But that does not mean that was not a worthy exercise. I actually really enjoyed working on that. I would love to say that I learned lessons that I would later take into collaborating with Valiant Cheese on supply chain, but that would be a lie. But it was neat. I really like the thing is like designing the board and the pieces doesn't really on its own doesn't necessarily teach you anything about the game. I'd sort of argue, you know, someone in a factory that designs, or sorry, like molds and molds and you know and creates chess pieces. Like I kind of think that they don't really have any special knowledge of chess that you couldn't get from other sources. I think I'm just gonna take out the threat. But I sort of feel like because it was something I was making for myself, and I read up all the rules, and like I think the thing was because I didn't have a Chinese chess set, and so by creating that board, that was how I sort of got to see Chinese chess made manifest. That might have been how I sort of gained a deeper appreciation of it. Anyways, there's this really neat concept in Chinese chess where oh man, body of a fallen warrior. There might be a... Okay, good. I was like, this sounds like a great way for me to lose the lifeblood. But I don't know. I really like that. I really like that process. Anyways, so the one concept that I really like from Chinese chess is that the kings cannot face each other on the board. There can be an interposing piece. So like if you imagine like the way that the chessboard is set up in Western chess. That would be fine because you've got two pawns sort of in the way of the king in those cases. Sorry, I'm just trying to think out... I'm trying to work out the sort of the least risky way for me to get back to... I am kind of curious if I lose the lifeblood when I travel the stag way, but... I don't think I can keep that through all... I don't think I can keep this through all the maps without taking some kind of damage. So I think maybe I should be willing to try the stag way. But yeah, like if you were to remove the two pawns, and I can't sit on that bench because I lose the lifeblood if I do that. Let me think about the fastest way I can get to because like I'm really debating if I want to go through that maze of the centipedes. But like where else am I going to find... Well, I could try the tramway, I suppose. So hop on the tram, get to the palace grounds. I can go from Dirtmouth to King's Pass. I actually don't know where I'd get the blue from the Ancestral Mound, so that's one I'm going to have to pass up. Starbright Knight, thank you very much for resubscribing. I think you got a gifted sub before, so the fact that you are continuing that really means a lot to me. Thank you. Actually, this gives me a good chance to do another shout out tonight. Starbright Knight is a broadcaster. I've only ever seen them play marbles on stream, but they did a really great job of it, and it's an incredibly friendly streamer. I met them through Miss Ariella, but Starbright Knight actually left a very kind message about the System 1 HMM emote that made me feel really good, and so I'm always fond of recognizing people for their good works. But please do check them out. Another very friendly, another very 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 enjoyable streamer to watch and hang out with. Anyways, sorry, I was talking about Chinese chess and the fact that the two kings can't face each other. So this creates some really interesting strategies because I was familiar with Western chess, and so I was always paying attention to stuff that was a direct threat to my king. I don't know if that actually gets me anywhere, so I'm sure something's going to pop out of the ground to inconvenience me. I think I already messed this up. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting back there. Alright. So I do want to get back to the conversation about the chess sets and that. But what I noticed was when I finally did get to play a few games against other people, I would constantly be looking for threats to my king in the form of units attacking. And what I didn't realize was how threatening restrictions on the king's movement with regards to the the fact that he couldn't face off was such a big deal. So I definitely lost a couple of games there. All right, so we got the Poseidon comments. Pawns are Naxine Sphinx of Apollo, a classic Spartan soldier, a discus thrower statue, and soldier from Alexander the Great's army. The best part is all the pieces are solid metal. That's very, very cool. And then what else did we have? Oh yeah, we're all caught up. So I actually had a friend who went on a trip to Africa. It's a very small chess set, but there's one that's I think actually made out of stone. At least the board definitely feels like it's made out of stone. But again, it's definitely a little more conventional in its stylings. But it is, one, it's a gift, right? So, I'm going to cherish something like that because, it has sentimental value. Ooh. All right. I've really done it. Okay, I almost screwed myself there, but so I gotta go right. I like how the darkness really does not give you the opportunity to anticipate where your moves are going to be. Okay. How do you become the other chest color? Sorry, am I missing something here, Squiffy? Oh, this is the multi-dimensional chess. Okay. Again, I gotta remember not to sit on the benches. So that's a really neat one, because the thing that I was thinking about is, like, if you're winning in one timeline, like, maybe you just, maybe you just keep playing through and using your advantage, but if you can turn the tables on someone and take over the other position, then that creates a real threat that your opponent's going to turn around on you. Oh, man, I'm, like, right above the abyss. Okay, tell you what. So the original plan was to go and try and get as many of the cocoons as I could. I don't think I have access to the Ancestral Mound anymore. But I need to also acknowledge that there's the danger that taking the Stagway might eliminate my lifeblood. So what I'm going to do here, because it's not trivial for me to pick up the cocoons from Deep Nest, I think I'm going to make a shot on the Abyss and see if I can get to that dais. And then if it doesn't turn out, I hop back up to the Stagway. Then I travel up to King's Pass. Maybe I make an attempt on the Ancestral Mound. I'm not 100% sure. But it seems right now, I haven't tested anything to do with the Abyss yet. So it seems just as well right now that I at least see if I'm within the realm of, of credible possibilities. I mean, I've got a lot of blue masks, right? So, again, I suspect probably it's more about the feat that rather than any particular, rather than any particular number. But I also feel the game is somewhat like, I don't feel they give you too many heroic I feel like the game's pretty reasonable in terms of the stuff that it asks you to do. I don't think it's asked me to do too many impossible things. You can also get checkmates into the past and alternate timelines too from one board. All boards at the present moment, no matter the timeline, can affect each other. That is really neat. What I actually want to think about is how can you take what that game does with chess, and is there something that you could do, like something like a real-time strategy game where you wanted to play around with time? So like Command and Conquer Red Alert. Sorry I'm talking about Command and Conquer so much, but I like my EA Play subscription. There's Command and Conquer Remastered. Petroglyph did a pretty decent job of it. So, it's I have it on the brain. But okay, I'm going to try and be very gentle here because I actually do not remember what the threats in this area were. Oh, man. So I could try a leap from the lion's head for any Last Crusade fans. I don't think I'm quite brave enough to do that. Okay, this feels a little more safe. Oh, that's encouraging. Hello. Oh, neat. Okay, it's counting. 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I wonder if that's oh, that's neat. I did not pick up on that at all. Okay, so how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, I probably could have I probably could have not done those. That's a really neat little puzzle. Okay, I'm actually really happy that that turned out. Sorry, let me catch back up. RTS 5D chat. Yeah, so the idea here would be, if you think about the Red Alert game, right? It's the whole premise is basically that. I think it's Einstein. I actually never appreciated that it was Einstein until somebody pointed it out to me. But I think it's because he sounds really sinister in the opening cutscene, and I always associate Einstein as like being a good guy. But it's a game that deals with alternate history, and it deals with time travel. So I think Einstein kind of goes back and kills Hitler, and as a result, basically the Cold War happens, but it's effectively through the, it's through a full strength Soviet Union and whatever GDI becomes. So, like, the idea here would be, is there a way to take events happening over different planes? Like, another thing you could imagine would be a game like Paradise Lost, the game, right? You have events that are happening on the mortal plane as well as the divine realms, which incidentally isn't 100% true, right? Because you have the fall in Paradise Lost, and then Satan goes into the Garden of Eden to do the temptation. But bear with me, right? However you want to do it, angels and demons fighting in the background is not exactly a new concept, right? I'm pretty sure you know what's going on. But basically, you have this idea where there's the different layers of the game happening at certain points, and you want to make sure that you are maintaining your attention in one of these critical fields. So the difference here is that obviously chess is turn-based, and you I think the thing that makes that game really interesting is that you have a lot more sort of axes along which you can make decisions, and you can get really overwhelmed by them. And I'm wondering how you can take the lessons from a game like that and adapt them to other situations where the story or the setting might lend itself towards a different approach. So if you're doing something like Command and Conquer Red Alert, and you've introduced the idea of time travel, is there a way? Actually, if you guys have, for those of you that have seen Tenet, the climax of Tenet. I'm not going to give away anything big about the story, but like, the climax of Tenet has basically, for the purposes of giving you a sufficiently broad explanation of what's going on, I know people who see this movie are probably going to get mad for me saying this, you basically have two armies fighting at different points in time. Like, they are all converging on this one point in time, but one is sort of traveling forward through time, the other's traveling back through time. And the film does a lot of really interesting stuff about tactics in an environment like that. And, you'll see a building that is being blown up in the bottom part, but reassembling in the top. And the idea that they are, they have an idea, like, from one team, they know what's going to happen. And so they're specifically timing down to certain things so that they can help people on the other end of the timeline. So let's face it, movies move forward at 24 frames a second. And if Tenet can handle messing around with time that way, presumably a game where, you have games dedicated to the idea of, time only moves when you move. So like Braid, Super Hot, that sort of stuff. The idea of being able to do a real-time strategy game in that. And again, whether you choose to have sort of parallel dimensions, again, angels and demons versus the mortal plane, whether you go into different time, whether you have sort of these break-off points in which certain significant events happen and you make a parallel timeline so that you can try and preserve your forces and take a different approach. I feel like there's a lot of really ripe material there, but a lot of it is kind of contingent on how much a player is willing to sort of keep in the back of their head. There's a game that plays with time travel a lot. It's a multiplayer shooter with 3 rounds per game. If you kill someone, you win the round. and then the round you just played plays again while you play the next round. But if you manage to kill the person that killed you last round, you don't get killed in the previous round. Oh, that's neat. This is what's really cool about the tools for developers, becoming much more affordable. Things like Unity, which I believe Hollow Knight is made in. The Endless games, so like Endless Space, Endless Legend, Dungeon of the Endless, and what's the other? There's like a dungeon crawler that's coming out in the Endless. Is it Endless Dungeon? It looks pretty good. But that's effectively available for free. Like, you have to pay for this stuff if you make more than a certain amount of money. But other than that, the licensing terms are quite reasonable. And I mean, Epic has gone really aggressive in its approach. I mean, they basically, I think it's until you make like $1 million or something, you don't pay for it at all. I mean, it was Unreal was good enough to make the Mass Effect games, so I figure you're doing okay. And then of course you've got if you don't want something that's owned by a company, or maybe if you're a little worried about the licensing terms, of course you've got things like Godot, which is a perfectly there's a couple of the people in the local game development scene, along with damn it. I mean, I don't need to preserve my my health quite the way that I used to. I just really wanted to see what was on this other side. Oh, this is, I'm getting sort of a sense of VVVVVV. Wait, VVVVVV, yeah. Ah! Oh man, it's a bottomless pit. Interesting. Oh, man. Anyways, what I was trying to say is the fact that these tools have become so widely available seems to be resulting, and this is such a Captain Obvious statement to say, but it's been really encouraging to just see the types of games that we are able to play now. I mean, even if indie stuff isn't your cup of tea, like just the fact that it costs me nothing to ignore some of this stuff is really, it's really, really cool. Like I like how, I mean, one nice thing is I don't hear it as often as I used to, but there was definitely a while when people were saying, is like, how do you find all these really great games on your stream? And honestly, like, most of the time it all just falls in my lap. Ooh, man. All right. Okay. I don't think okay, actually, that's not nearly as hard as I thought it would be. I'm not quite going to inspect that until I've checked out the whole... Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I really like the fact that people are both willing and able to take more risks. It feels like you're spoiled for choice in terms of tools at this point. Obviously, people feel strongly about what tools are good and which ones aren't. But I sort of think that It's a little bit like photography, so that's something where I can sort of communicate some degree of professional experience. I never really met any like really good photographer, cinematographer, like very, actually not even very few. None of the professionals that I ever talked to had the like film versus digital debate or argued about what brand of camera was best. We'd talk about specifications for sure, but that's a little bit different from saying like Nikons are great, why the hell are you using an Olympus or something? For what it's worth, I think almost every camera I've owned is a Canon, except for this Fuji thing I've got. I love this camera. Because it lets me... There's a Fuji slide film, which I loved, called Astia, and they discontinued it ages ago. It's like impossible to find. I think I might have one roll of it, which I haven't shot yet. I loved that film so much. If ever I shot with a color, like I can't imagine using anything else. Well, negative. But if I was using slide film, I honestly cannot think of any other slide film that I would use. But it was definitely their least popular. And they have an Astia simulation on that camera, and it's darn close. So yeah, I like that camera a lot. I wish I used it more often, actually. I feel like I should probably go out more, but COVID. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that, I have to assume that a lot of the debates around engines and such are probably people who are not spending a lot of time making things. Because I've enjoyed the products of all of them. And I mean, I don't hear a lot of people talking about Godot, but man, the local developers and Valiant Cheese are really doing some good work with that. Anyway, sorry, I've held you. Lifeblood Core. All right, let's see what we... Oh, never mind. So I have to suspect that if I had failed enough of the sort of the puzzles, for lack of a better term, I would have been I that would have closed itself off to me, and I wouldn't have gotten that charm. Let's take a quick look at what I've got here. So I can scratch that one off my list. This is Lifeblood Core contains a living core that bleeds precious lifeblood. When resting, the bearer will gain a coating of lifeblood that protects from a large amount of damage. Oh, Jesus. I kind of want to know what happens if I put all of them on. Probably something very silly, but I am also sort of in the mood for very silly right now. So I feel very, very, very nervous about what I'm doing here. Also, I don't think that... Why do I see my portrait up here? Because I'm pretty sure I'm in the abyss still. You guys see that? Just at the top of the map? Weird. I think this is... Well, you know what? I've said it before. I haven't seen a lot of mistakes in this game. No, you know what probably happened? The fact that this probably is a bug, because I was just teleported out of that region. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that this is probably out of sync. I want it to be something more significant than it really is, but I suspect in this case, whew, Jesus, I think in this case the cigar is just a cigar. Welcome back, Starbright Knight. I got a new charm. I can't remember. Have you played this? Oh, jeez. I gotta stop. So again, I don't want to blame chat on stuff, but I feel like such a bonehead when I just go and turn over to look at the chat because like it's totally under my control. Our voices will cry out again. Okay, so the signal I'm getting out of this, and it's I will admit this is a little bit of a leap, but I do note that there are a few of these. Oh wait, no, I mean I'm actually less convinced. So you can see like the Soul Catcher, Shaman Stone, and Soul Eater, and like you can sort of see how like the whole it's almost like it's rotating. I was thinking, well, maybe this is related, but I don't know. Once I say it out loud, it sounds so much less convincing. What does interest me though, so it looks like there are these trios. So you've got like Soul Catcher, Shaman Stone, and Soul Eater, and so I would imagine that like Long Nail, Mark of Pride, but then Fury of the Fallen is a 3. So like I was wondering if there'd be like a level 4 nail hit. I guess maybe it's the Quick Slash? I don't know, because we've also got Lifeblood Heart, Lifeblood Core, and Joni's Blessing. Quick Focus and Deep Focus. I guess they don't always have to come in trios. Still, this one we are on our way to earning back 3 more charms. Well, 3 more charms and then the White Fragment. Okay, so let me think. It says voices will cry out again, so could be related to... We were like related to wind or I'm less convinced that this is it, but I don't know. I just need to find the mouthpiece. And then, you know, when you bring the mouthpiece, you attach it to the instrument. You push the up button, and then it's sorry. Something for me to consider at another time. I don't think I'm quite ready to spend the time pondering the mysteries. Once I get out of the abyss, I'm going to, I don't remember if I have any more entries on these guys, so I might as well, take them out. So one of the reasons I was very nervous about my health was not so much that I thought I would be heading back to that area I was in before, but I have this journey ahead of me. I am really looking forward to getting my length back. Can't blame chat for that one. I don't blame chat for any of them, but that one's just me not being able to read the distance. I think I've told this story too many times, but I remember when a broadcaster who I was really trying to help be supportive. So I'm sure you guys have noticed, like, it doesn't take a whole lot for me to try and talk about the qualities of a given streamer and you know, try and help them find their audience. I know, you know, most of the regulars sort of have found me through other people's broadcasts, and I think it costs people very little to try something new, but it can mean, you know, a recommendation like that can sort of mean the difference between them finding what winds up becoming their favorite streamer, or sort of somebody who really should kind of have an audience, just not finding it. So, you know, again, I try to, I've benefited from it, and I think, you know, I certainly am not, I wish I was in a position of better influence to be able to support people. Oh, great. Have a good night, Squiffy. I'm actually probably going to be wrapping up before too long myself, but I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of threads I'd like to tie off before I call it a night. So, but thank you very much for hanging out. Anyways, so this particular streamer was hosted. So they played a lot of Fortnite for a while. Actually, what really amused me was they would pretty much daily write tweets that were like really anti-EA, like annoyingly anti-EA. I get that people like to hate on EA, but I think there's... Drop all your geo in the fountain. Yeah, why not? $1,000 isn't that hard to get back. I don't know if that got me anything, though. 520. Oh my goodness. Yeah, have a good sleep here, Charlie. I really appreciate you hanging on, especially because I can't seem to actually finish a sentence tonight. It's been a pleasure having you in chat. And I look forward, both you and Squiff, I look forward to the next time I get a chance to interact with you. But please take care of yourselves. I want video game logic storage to be able to carry items bigger than me, to have wings bigger than you that high. Hello to yourself. Again, Starbright Knight. All right, let me try and wrap up the story. So anyways, I mentioned the EA thing just because, like, daily it felt like they were trashing EA. But then they became like a Apex Legends only streamer. I was like, okay, well, you know, I realize this terrible company is making the game you can't stop playing, but I'm not quite sure what to make of that. But this might be interesting. Yeah, I bet you I can penetrate that armor now. No problem, Starbright Knight. I figured as much, but I figured that was probably the best way I could say that without being as like, what, are you in some other stream? Oh my god, dude. Like, where have you gone, dear king? I think I am gonna have a seat. I think I am gonna have a seat at the palace grounds before I try the encounter. Okay, I have to try this. Oh, I can't quite fit it all. Or maybe I can. That's not nearly as mighty as I thought it would be, to be honest. Okay, back to Priorities. Long nail, mark of pride are pretty much standard. Let's try and put a quick slash on, seeing as we're gonna be doing an encounter. Oops. Okay, Soul Catcher out, Unbreakable Heart in, and Sprint Master. But anyways, a really big Fortnite streamer. So this is the time they were playing Fortnite only. Which, again, as we were talking about, you can really enjoy playing certain games, but that doesn't necessarily mean... This is a streamer who's, like, very focused on growth. But oddly enough, there's a Fortnite streamer that was drunk, and they decided, like, it was time to sort of blow small streamers. I think they basically went to the bottom of the Fortnite streams, and it was like, we're going to blow this guy's mind, and, you know, they'll get... like tens of thousands of viewers, and that was his chance to sort of show everyone what he's made of. But as soon as he did, so people started following and stuff like that, and as soon as, you know, his chat got lively, he started blaming chat for why he was doing poorly in the game. And I think eventually the chat called him out on it. It was like, are you blaming chat for, like, you not doing the game? Like, and so, you know, it went from being like in the top 5 of Fortnite to going right back to the bottom. It was really sad to see, because I know they really invested a lot inside of it. But the reason I mentioned that story is, you know, I vocalize a lot of the stuff that I do in it, but I need to be very careful that I don't come across as blaming chat for poor game performance, because I think that is... I do not like the idea of communicating that somehow broadcasting the game is inconveniencing me, because I'm choosing to do it, and I'm actually very happy that I get a chance to interact with you. I've been told that I can handle streaming without having an active chat. I find it easier if there's an active chat, obviously. I mean, sometimes I just meander and can't get the point across. But I know some people who really wish that they would have more chat interaction, so I take that... I don't take that for granted. So I always feel self-conscious, because I've gotten in the habit of voicing my you know, my thought process through the game, and part of it is to say, this is a mistake I made and I need to improve on that. Another one was, this is an external factor, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a problem again. But I cringe a little bit every time I say, it's like, why am I checking chat? And it's not because I don't want to check chat. It's I need to do that at the appropriate time. So anyways, we get it. We're too distracting. I'm sorry, Olaf. That's definitely not what I mean. All right. Time for me to shut up. And okay. Oh, God. There's so much for me to check out now. Thank you, Olaf. I am really scared about what the White Palace. I'm really scared about what they're going to be throwing at me. Good lord. So I'm assuming I gotta climb these things. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, at least they're giving me a rest. God, I mean, this is a really, really beautiful level. But I am very nervous about what they're going to throw at me. Oh, this is going to be hard. Not as hard as I thought. So, I kind of knew I can't get past... Well, actually, this looks interesting. Okay, it's not so interesting. So why is that guy there? I didn't exactly need them to... I mean, maybe... because people find this place, or well, no, because you need like 2,800 or 2,400 souls. So I have to imagine that. Well, there's a difference between knowing that somebody has a certain piece of equipment. This is almost certainly an area with a boss fight. Yeah. Oops. Okay, that's the first time I saw a melee strike from that. Okay, spikes on the side. Man, they really love throwing the platforming at me now. Okay. Oh man, I forgot. There's a whole other. Oh, I should have checked. Oh, wait a minute. This might be the easier way that, or not the harder way that Hornet was talking about. Oh. I freaked out. I'm just trying to see if there's something else that I missed. It's kind of neat how the lantern... I don't know if the lanterns were sort of intended to guide me down, but that was sort of how I read them. Interesting. I think that just gets me soul. No, this is the same spot over. Well, hang on. No, I can still... There's still something I can do with this. Or is there? So I was thinking I could use my Superman dash, but... Close enough. All right. I am not alone. Oh. We will wait, King. I don't know if this is the right place for me to be going right now. The King for all of us. Oh, Jesus. I'm just waiting for that thing to come chart. Yep. Well, I guess we know when the developers started playing Super Meat Boy. Ah! Oh man, and that's an insta-kill. Okay. I did much better the first time on that. You know what? This is gonna suck, but... Oh, Jesus, what was I thinking? I really can't afford to be losing my souls on that, because I don't know where I replenish them. Oh, it's so big! Kings, your troubles, let us. We will wait, King. Interesting. How am I supposed to trigger that thing? Oh, I think I know how it goes. I gotta unlock. Why? Yeah, we knew that was coming. Okay, I cannot. Oh. Ah! That is a tough one to pattern out. Okay. Arrest. That was not smart. And thorns, because why not, right? Oh god. Oh god! So I guess the safety spot is just off to the side here. Well, if I wasn't so overzealous on the jumps. So much soul wasted. Oh, come on. At this point, I'm just disappointed in myself. Oh, come on. Eat it, game. Did I mention I'm not good at platforming stuff? Oh, I could have sworn there was going to be thorns right at the bottom of that. I would not put it past this level to... Ah! Oh, okay. That was particularly stupid. Okay. Okay, that's not gonna work. Ooh, close. You're kidding me. Okay. Jesus Christ. Why am I doing this at the end of the street? Oh, good lord. Maybe I need to revisit my policy on spoilers and backseating. This is quite the way to finish the night. Okay. Nope. Oh, recovered. I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. My hands are actually kind of sweaty, and okay, it's gonna take a minute to. So I'm guessing Super Meat Boy is not your next game. You tried that once to see how far you could make it. You actually made it to the second world, which is pretty good for you. Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike platformers. I kind of get the impression that Super Meat Boy and Braid and a lot of games sort of in that cohort are basically the product of these designers like playing old school Nintendo games as kids and sort of doing their modern version of that thing that they fell in love with. What's with this buzzsaws, guys? Could you, like, not? I am your king. But yeah, like, so it definitely feels like, you know, it's, I mean, what do I know, right? But it does sort of feel like that's a big driver for those kinds of games. At least they sort of feel like it. And that's not really, like, there isn't quite the nostalgia factor at play for me for those games. And I tend not to play games on the basis of like having a very high skill ceiling. I mean, within reason, right? I played thousands of hours of Dota. So clearly, oh man, I gotta remember it's not, so the way this works is it's playing with my sense of safety on the right hand side. So all those times I've taken a break, that blade on the right is specifically designed to break that. And I've not gotten out of that bad habit. So like here, I get to practice as many times as possible. Not so for when I finally commit to the other side. I mean, maybe I'm going to try something a little different here. I should probably be a little more scared of it than I actually am, but there we go. Oh, man. Okay. Oh. King, all for us. But yeah, it's definitely, it's something I need to get used to. It's not a type of gaming that I was sort of steeped in, and so it can sometimes be a challenging one for me to quite get a grip on. But I don't. So the thing is, I don't dislike games like that. It's more I sort of need to get a grip on. I gotta think, is there something else that I can work with that? I mean, maybe the Dash Master would give me a little more freedom, but I actually think what I'm working with here is enough. I think I screwed up. I just gotta find those blades from before that I bypassed. I'm also thinking the fact that there are benches. It makes me think that this isn't going to be treated like a dream. Like if I get taken out in here, I'm debating. You know what? I should just go back to the bench. It probably doesn't hurt for me to be able to find my way back there. Also, it's just a free heal. But yeah, so I mean, it's a little bit like Hollow Knight. It's a style of game that I'm maybe not directly familiar with. That doesn't mean it's not good. That doesn't even mean that I won't necessarily enjoy it. But I sort of need to be in the mood, and I need to be in the right frame of mind. And I think one thing that probably makes Super Meat Boy... I've played a little bit of it. I didn't dislike it by any stretch of the imagination, but I think what makes that game work is that the cost of failure is so the cost of failure is so trivial because it basically instantly starts you in the next at the start of the level again. Excuse me. But the thing for me is I actually tend to like mastering games like that, and I feel like if I'm just constantly throwing myself at the problem, I'm sometimes just getting lucky, and I don't know. I definitely need to be in the mood for some precision stuff. I don't always get the same satisfaction over platforming areas as I do getting headshots in first-person shooters. And it's weird because they sort of feel like they should be the same thing, but I react very differently. Oh, man, I almost had it. That was kind of a sloppy approach, but... Ah! No! Could have given me a bench. It's a very dangerous building. You think it might fail safety inspections? You know, you just gotta find the right inspector and their price. Oh Jesus! Okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do on this one, but I'm just mad that they want me to do it. Okay, so I can't go to the left, that's too narrow, so I think what I gotta do is I gotta drop, dash, and jump. There we go. I almost hurt myself there. Okay. I'm trying to avoid the dashes when possible because I don't have a perfect understanding of the distance. Sometimes I gotta do it though. This one I think is a dash, then double jump. Oh, man! I don't know what happened there, but I'm losing health that I can't really afford. Okay, so... I don't know what I thought I was trying to do there. Okay, it's gotta be a dash, but that... I feel like that double jump did not help me there at all. Okay, so dash it, jump. Okay, there we go. Rude. That thing's gonna hit me right in the face. Oh! What? I think the idea on this one is I need to jump and get onto the left-hand side and then dash. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Thank the maker. Sorry, I know some of you do not like blasphemy, so... Oh, good lord. These are the times that try men's souls. I feel like it's too easy. No, okay. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Yes, this is the baby's way of doing it. Absolutely, I'm sticking with it, though. Okay, this one's gonna be a real challenge. There we go. Yeah, now they're punishing me for doing it the baby way. Got it. If the screen starts moving, you know how like in some of the old games the screen would start moving? Wait, how am I supposed to do? Am I really supposed to do the? I bet I am. Oh God, this is. Oh. No, no. How do I cancel? That is a tight timing. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm supposed to go down. No, but then I just plummet to my doom. God, I hope this works. Still no healing, huh, game? What did I ever do to these designers? I paid for your game. I've only said nice things about it. Why are you like this? I think I'm just gonna do the same trick as last time. Oh, you monsters. What? What? No! There's absolutely no reason I should have died to anything there. Oh, Jesus. Don't! Ugh! Oh, gee. Ah! Sorry, could somebody please prepare a transcript of the last few minutes? I think it's just been a succession of... No! What? I kind of want to know what's on the other end of that thing, but not until I'm healed up. I have a feeling it's just a string of, you know, a string of blasphemy and then words that are not actually words.
Yeah.
Alright, now I should be able to get to the bench, so I'm saving that soul for... Nope. Oh, cool! I did not realize that I got soul out of that. I just wanted to hear what the dialogue was. Okay, so now I'm sort of... the thing is, I just don't see how I get to that. Oh, okay, that's how I get to that. What prevented you from taking that path from the bench before? I unlocked a door that gave me access to that. You're kidding me. Oh! In case I didn't think the developers hated me enough, if I'd actually followed through on dropping on the other side of that, they... Oh! This is really good, but holy smokes. That is the biggest possible troll move that they could have done. So if it's not clear... If you drop down to what seems like Oblivion, there is actually a shortcut that saves you all of the trouble. It's like an easy path here, and that is completely designed to make sure that they're like, you know, if you'd been paying attention, you could have got them. I was under the impression that if you fell off the edge of the map, you'd fall out of the dream, and I only have myself to blame for those assumptions, but... Oh boy. It's a good thing this game is so good, because I'm feeling complicated feelings about this game at the moment. No, this level is awesome, but the fun never ends. All right, this is just a sign of things to come. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Jesus. Okay. Bench time. That's weird, because I seemed to bounce off of that thing no problem last time, and then, I don't know, it all fell apart. Anyways, I got my safety bench. It occurred to me I could afford to just slam into the wall. I think I tried stopping it midway last time. I think I'm gonna try. Oh, I'm gonna hit the top, I think. Yep. Crumbs. No! Alright. I don't see a lot of value in giving up the healing that comes from having a bunch of souls, at least until I know what my healing options are after those initial encounters. And I'll be honest with you, I could probably stand to get a little bit of practice with the I could probably stand to get a little practice on those first areas, just to get a handle on. Oh, okay. Well, I don't really lose anything by hitting the bench. And here I thought I was going to be finishing soon. Yeah, have a good one, Starbright Knight. It was really great to see you again. I hope to catch you on your stream sooner rather than later. I feel like I've been a bit truant lately, because I really had a great time the last time last couple of times I was there, really. But thank you again for the resub. I appreciate that immensely, because I know you originally gifted that sub, and looking forward to seeing you hopefully at your place next time. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna try something different this time. I accidentally jumped. Otherwise, that would have been exactly what I needed. Okay. That sucks. Okay, I'm gonna accept that life sometimes has disappointments and go in with no soul. Ah, Jesus, I cannot afford to be making mistakes like that here. Oh, God, okay, no. Bench time. The problem is I know I've hit stupid mode, but I really do not want to start this at the... Like, I don't want this to be the start of next stream, so... Oh, that's really interesting. So this is blocked. I'm assuming the yellow is the exit, and I am not ready to call it quits on this area. Oh, gee.
Yeah.
What was I thinking? I know that's not the best way of handling it, but... What am I doing? I forgot I can bounce off of those spikes with my nail. That would have been the much smarter thing for me to do. Ah! Developers giveth and the developers taketh away. Hey! Eyes of Sin! I'm actually super glad that I'm sticking through this. Congratulations, you got past a boss you spent weeks on. What boss was that, Eyes of Sin, if you don't mind me asking? I'm so happy to see you too. How are you? I know last I talked with you, things seem to be a little dodgy. Not to put your business in public. But oh god, this you've made my night being here. No, again, no disrespect to the other people who've been hanging out, but the Trader Lord, really. I didn't realize you were here that long. That's really sweet of you guys. For those of you, again, the Eyes of Sin probably requires no introduction. But she's a very dear friend of the streams, and she does occasionally stream. I think she got some advice from people about streaming some more, which I would certainly be very happy to see. There's a couple of other things that you may want to check out. So, the Eyes of Sin is a very talented artist. She is the one responsible for these excellent emotes, which if you're subscribed to the channel, you'll have access to 3 of them. And if you cannot afford or otherwise do not want to subscribe to the stream, you can unlock emotes. You can modify them for 900 system stock, you can pick your emote for 480, and you can unlock a random emote for 320. And my opinion is that I would like to try and keep some kind of a free option for people who can't or don't want to subscribe. But for those of you that like the emotes, or would just generally like to check out the Eyes of Sin's, fancy work, that is her Twitter. And in fact, if you are a broadcaster, or if you're looking for voice work, or if you just like to commission art, whether you like the art that she does, whether you want it for particular work, she currently does drawings, she does the voice acting, and I believe will be expanding into photography reasonably soon, or rather re-expanding, reacquainting, anyways. From what I understand, that might be coming up in the future, so certainly someone with many artistic talents. And if you would like to continue following her work as well, she does post a lot of her updated stuff on Ko-fi, and as I'm always fond of pointing out, the Eyes of Sin is someone who has been able to do something that I haven't throughout my life. Every job that I've had that's really been any kind of professional work has always had some kind of a union to do salaries. It is actually one thing that I really struggle with, which is pricing myself. And I think it's actually really impressive that the Eyes of Sin has been able to make something of a career for herself through her art. I would definitely prefer it if she could, have a more comfortable existence doing this. But I think this says a lot about her as it does the quality of what she does. And so with that in mind, artists need to eat too. Artists need a roof over their heads. And so for those of you that can afford it, I would love it if you would consider buying a coffee for Eyes of Sin. If you use that site, I believe the full amount goes directly to them. It may be the PayPal fee that might get knocked out. Either ways, someone I like to try and support when I can. Definitely somebody who will be hired for the next emote that I get. And somebody who is a very dear friend of the stream, and somebody who always makes me happy to have in the channel. So I realize that that last little bit makes it sound like I'm the one who should be doing the donations to coffee. But as I said before, it is really great to be able to try and help someone find their audience. And the Eyes of Sin is definitely somebody who I will never really get tired of sort of promoting and otherwise singing the praises of. And I mean, now that I know that I got the Trader Lord through her, faster than her, that's going to be my flex. That's faster than them. That's going to be my flex. That's going to be my my way of showing my manly qualities and impressiveness. Now, I don't know why Uncle Cranky didn't get a raid message, but Uncle Cranky very kindly hosted me, especially when I know, having been able to watch him recently, something I haven't been able to do for a while, Uncle Cranky has plenty of much more talented streamers to host. So thank you very much for that, Comrade Cranky. I am very pleased that you are bringing not only your viewers, but the people's viewers, and quite a number of them, it looks like. So I'm happy that you are seeing a little bit more of a pulse in your channel. Sorry, not to. That can come off as like really disrespect. I think you know what I mean by that. It's something I know that you've been working on, and I have to assume that Uncle Cranky was playing Path of Exile. Or were you? No, you said you didn't have Pathfinder, so you probably were playing Path of Exile. Either way, Uncle Cranky is a New Zealand streamer. He plays video games. Not at all, Isasim. For those of you on Uncle Cranky's raid, if you want to prove capitalism works and show the power of the free market, please. And in case you didn't see it before, please check out the Eyes of Sin stuff. And for those of you that have the means, please do, if you can, show her some support. Because there's only so many of these beauties I can buy. Wait a minute, I'm missing one. I'm missing one of the really good ones. Actually, I really like System 1 Smart. That's the one that Starbright Knight was using. Anyways, hero of the people, Vladimir Ilyich Cranky. What have you been up to? Oh my god, why did I do that? I feel like I should have had that time better. Oh, those jerks. Lennon, that's the Sheryl Sandberg book, right? About women taking more of an active role in leadership in businesses. Frank is also a feminist, mind you. As we know from International Women's Day, feminism and communism, go together perfectly. You like your clothes like 1920s Russian native Lenin? No! All right. Why? Oh, why are you like this game? I liked you so much before this. No, not a... Oh. Alright, that wasn't as bad as I thought. Oh, Jesus. They really want me to... Fine. Oh. Or maybe I'm getting it wrong. No, I'm pretty sure they want me to bounce up on those things. Absolutely feminist in the regard that men and women should be equal in eyes of legislation, not so much what appears to be current interpretation by which the situation beneficial to women it must be equal with. I'm not so sure about that. I feel like that's kind of broad, but I also am not 100% sure of the frame that you're taking it from. Roguelike girl, or as I'm fond of saying, rouge-like girl. Oh wait, it is rouge-like girl. It is rouge-like girl. Sorry, I did it the other way around because I was like calling it Star Wars Rouge 1. Okay, you know what? This might be a lot simpler than I'm thinking. Well, you can't blame me for trying, right? Oh, Jesus. Why? So I gotta bounce off. Okay. I see the problem that I had before. I just haven't given myself I haven't given myself a lot of leeway with the masks. Wait a minute, Rouge Light Girl, aren't you based in New Zealand as well? There you go. Do you and Uncle Cranky know each other? Okay. This is not going to give me a lot of time to think. You know, it's possible. I don't think very... Oh, come on! This is goofing around. I think that it is slightly possible that I might even be able to get away with a jump up there. I just don't really think it's... Oh, if I wind up instigating a real life friendship in stream, this will be the first I've actually done something positive. All right, I need to stop. I need to stop dancing around it. I need to. Well, I assume everybody knows. You know, everybody's like neighbors, right? You know Peter Jask's Andrew Lesney. Andrew Lesney died sadly, but I actually, believe it or not, in Canada, I worked with Andrew Lesney's niece. I think Andrew Lesney is the director of photography on a number of Peter Jackson's movies, including The Lord of the Rings. And it was funny because I thought her smile looked really familiar, but I obviously wasn't going to connect it with Andrew Lesney, and then I found out, you know, just through conversation that they were related. So, oh, I screwed myself. Okay. It can be done. It's just a question as to whether or not I have enough mask. This might be the first time I die in this section. Yeah. I'm making the same mistake over and over again, and it really annoys me. Ah, close. This might be hard. Oh wait, but I don't need to. Oh, hang on. It's because it's a dream. They're not gonna deny me my. I don't need to recover my body. Oh, it's doing so well. Now I know why that bench is there. Ooh. Shaking hands with danger. That was dumb. I feel like there is a better way for me to be approaching this. I had it too. Oh, screw you, game. Can't get away with it. Yeah. No, let me get away with it on the first one, but not the— I didn't mean to land on the top! Screw you and the horse you rode in on, game. Oh, why? Why? Oh, this is gonna be so hard. Oh, I don't trust people from Auckland. I don't think that got me anything, did it? Yeah, I could have reached that anyway. So I guess I'm trying to get up and over that buzzsaw. Oh, God. Ouch. No, I'm dead. Ugh. Okay, I gotta go. I need to totally clear it, and oh man. Job had it easier. Okay. We're off to a good start. I'm now learning how precious this health in this early area is. Oh, come on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's... yeah, okay. So I'm gonna try to stop being clever with the spikes and just generally avoid them on this attempt. I do find it really interesting they didn't give me any souls this time around. Oh, come on! I never missed that! Oh! Okay. Yeah, that was a little optimistic. It's funny, I'll be so conservative on like the really easy stuff, and then when it's a big one, I'll just fly off even though I know it sets me back like 2 steps. Oh, come on. That's what I also get for being too cautious. I tend to make mistakes like that. I don't think I'm gonna... Oh, yeah, I'm making stupid mistakes now. Alright, I deserve that. Okay, so... I'm going to chill out. I'm going to remember that for parts of this, I actually find it very straightforward. And then I'm going to act like a human being and not freak out over a video game. Just trying to think if there's a clever way that I get. So I guess what I'm trying to think of is how do I make the most of the fact that there is a thorn path here? It's like it doesn't seem like I can head up here and get on the other side. It seems like I do have to go through this whole experience. But then it does invite the question why this whole area to the side exists. I'll say this again, I'm 99% sure this is what Hornet is referring to about the difficult path. Okay. That was close, but... Wow, okay, that's very little room for error there. Okay, I know how I'm going to handle this. That was not nearly as hard as I was making that out to be. Of course they're gonna put the souls behind the behind the fence. Interesting. Okay. So require precision, but this is well within my abilities to do in the first time. This less so. Would help if I hit the right button. This is not gonna work. Oof. This is the last boss, right? Yeah. They knew exactly what I wanted to try to do there. Ooh, this is nasty. I really can't afford a lot of mistakes like that. Oh, man. Okay. No. So all the way back. All right. I definitely learned a couple of tricks there, though, that will make this a little more straightforward for future. Alright, I got a little arrogant there. I don't know why I keep going left there. I think just a habit. Whoa. Okay, that was really dumb. Since when did I go crazy? Alright. I would have preferred to have more health, but... Oops. Every once in a while, I accidentally hit that double jump, and it always sabotages me. Okay, there we go. What was I thinking? Ooh! Alright, game has some mercy. I would definitely prefer to be going into this with a little more than 4 masks, though. Okay, that was self-sabotage there. I think this is off by a bit. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know how to cancel that once I'm set up, so... They do give you a little bit of a guide, but it's more when I hit the button that's the challenge. It's not so much I don't know what to do. Okay. This is always a tricky one. Oops. There we go. No need to get fancy on that one. So the funny thing is that I think I actually took some damage trying to avoid this jump, which is actually one of the easier ones in this section. So probably another example of how I'm developing some rather unhelpful thoughts about how to approach some of these. I also feel like, what do I already have the Sprint Master equipped. I think I have an idea about how to approach this. The problem is I only have 1 health. That is a very, very weird pattern to be contending with. Now, a couple of important things for me to remember. I might want to hang on to the long nail. Think I might. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense to go. I can really put any single singleton on. The thing is basically I know that I'm not going to. I'm not going to be generating soul over this bit. So it makes as much sense as anything for me to just equip stuff that'll give me more health overall. It gives me a few more attempts, and so if nothing else from the end... Oh! I want to see if Grub Song does it. So I won't be able to recharge myself, but this will be educational. Ooh. Alright, could have been worse. That's the first time I've done that. Makes sense though, because I was jumping into it, whereas the other times I sort of gave it the slip. But yeah, so basically what I'm doing here is I'm turning the fact that I don't have soul into a virtue, and so I'll just use the lifeblood charm. It gives me a few more attempts, and then I'll be able to either learn more. Okay. Or I'll get past it, and then I can switch out my charms in future. Okay, that's a choice. The grub, however, is going to be very helpful to carry in future. Oh, come on. There we go. So again, resist the urge to try and sidestep the left jump and then up. It makes as much sense from... Oh! Unless I screw it up like that. Alright, now I get all the attempts on the spears. Alright, that was dumb. Whew. That is a spicy meatball. Sorry, I'm utterly hypnotized by this. I'm gonna need a minute to just reorient. I sadly do not have any more caffeinated beverages, but... Oh, come on! This is just mean. We will wait, King. A king all for us. Okay, if I can find a bench soon, that will make me feel good. Although I have a feeling that they might set this up in such a way that they want to sort of lock me into my choice of lifeblood. Oh, I could not have made a worse choice there. Oh man, that's really interesting. Oh, so why is that there? This one eludes me. Am I supposed to somehow go under that? No, that doesn't make sense. It's exactly what I'm supposed to do. Oh man, so is that... I guess that's a red herring? Oh. I'm wondering if I like stole one of the developers' girlfriends or something. This seems unusually cruel. Yeah, that's not a smart choice. Of course there is. This is really uncalled for. Savage. Oh man. Sorry, I realize the commentary right now is dreadful, but I get the feeling that they want me to concentrate here. It's just waiting for the spikes to come out of nowhere. Oh, really? So I don't know if they want me to bounce off the spikes or if they want me to Rocket Man. Bench, please. I feel like there's a big boss. Oh no. Yep, this is the punishment I'm getting for the lifeblood. There's totally gonna be a boss fight here. No cost too great. kind of know what it wants me to do. I just really don't want to. Oh, all right then. Oh, nuts! I probably should have checked the throne. Collected the king's soul. I wonder, does anybody in chat know Soul of Worm, Soul of Root, Heart of Void? Does anybody know or want to say what's behind that that throne? Oh, well, I can go back, I guess. Hey, Prometheus. Well, I mean, we could relive that moment if you'd like. I don't think I'm quite ready for that. I am a little curious. Okay, here's the better one. If somebody wants to tell me, is it worth it to go back and check out the throne? Because I've made this mistake a couple of times now. I am gonna head back for the bench, but I think I'm actually gonna go back to my more vanilla loadout, although let's see what the King's Soul says. Holy charm symbolizing the union between higher beings. The bearer will slowly absorb the limitless soul contained within, opens the way to a birthplace. Well, now I gotta keep this thing, because I don't know. I don't think there's anything special, but I could be wrong. Okay, tell you what. I've already beaten it, right? So I'm gonna open this up in the Steam browser. Again, I'm trying to pass over stuff that seems like it talks in detail about the area. Normally they have I'm really just looking for a screenshot of the Oh, hang on. No. There's definitely a lot in here. So okay. I'm gonna check the entry for the Pale King. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about the throne. Here's the deal as far as I'm concerned. I kind of want to see what the deal is with the throne. I am simply not in a frame of mind to go through all of that again. So I am going to go back to this area for sure. Because I couldn't find anything inside the game wiki about what's on the throne, and given the fact that I'm able to go back into that area, it makes me want to do that. but I definitely was feeling that I had made a highly questionable decision. I was feeling like I made a very questionable decision when you know what? Okay, I'm gonna do, especially because we have a few. Uncle Cranky was nice enough to host. I am gonna do one. I was actually gonna wrap up right around the time that I got the host. So tell you what, we'll go back to the palace grounds. I'm gonna take one more trip to the abyss. Wait. Oh, actually, the birthplace might also be the spot where it seems like there was a... The stag nest might be... I did not want to know about breakable walls, Prometheus. I wanted to know about the throne. Come on. Like, I'm trying to be reasonable about this stuff, but that's pretty clearly not what I was asking about. Yeah, I mean, you can't unring the bell, right? Like, I don't have like a secret book of people who like I quietly hate, but this is. So if you guys wonder why I don't do stuff like Ask Chat more often, it's for that reason. Like, okay, this is not about you, Prometheus. This is just for the benefit of people, like everybody who's ever wondered about that. Because this actually did come up where people were like, well, I know this game really well and I want to help you. When I asked specifically about that throne, despite having been given the offer for more stuff, like for information in the game, nobody had an answer for that. I went to a wiki and I very specifically read that wiki, like skimmed it to try and make sure that any extra secrets would be preserved. And the thing is that me asking chat for that did not result in me getting the information that I wanted, but it did result in me, learning about something that I didn't really want to know. And so, again, like I'm sorry, I'm sorry that it's specifically coming up in the context of you, mentioning that, Prometheus. This is definitely not meant to be directed towards you, but I'm hoping that this is gonna indicate as clearly as possible to chat why I just kind of do the zero tolerance thing on it, because in the end, when I want the help, it's never there for me, and yet it inevitably results in me having a lesser experience than I would have otherwise. So again, I really want to be clear. Like this is not pointing you out beyond the initial comment that I made, which was I all I can say, like the only thing to learn differently on that one is that. Caution is probably best. If there's the possibility that there's a misunderstanding, it's probably better to just ask. But this, like, the thing is that every time I've ever tried to do this, it always turns out this way, and I just feel like an idiot every time I try to be different. So, I think I think at this point I should probably just say no help at all, and if I want help, I will just go and consult the online resources. But yeah, again, like I do owe you an apology, Prometheus, in the sense that because of the proximity of it, this is definitely gonna feel like you are being kind of crapped on a lot more than I intend. I can express my displeasure and move on, and I appreciate you being a good sport about this. But for the benefit of the record, let's say, this is specifically why the stream is the way that it is about the thought this might have been a little more interesting than it was. But yeah, no, it just happens to be this is, you know, a perfect example in terms of why I do it the way that I do it. So, anyways, I don't want our final moments to be dwelling on that. So, a few things that I need to think about for the next couple of sessions. One, I need to get 9,000 geo. Now, of course, I can sell a lot of my my journals and whatnot to get it. Just trying to think if there's any. This was such a neat touch, the way that they made me seem like I was stuck. So I can either sell stuff for the geo, or I can just earn it the dishonest way by mugging the residents of Hollow Nest. I don't really feel like this other area is gonna give me anything new, but let's... While I'm here, I can at least take a peek. Oh, I really need to stop being careless. I don't know, I'm tired though. It's been almost 5 hours. Interesting. I did not realize it. Oh man, I gotta go to bed. I don't even remember what the dash button is anymore. Okay. So far, this isn't too taxing. Obviously, I want to see what's down that big hole, but I prefer gradual. I'd prefer the gradual approach for this. Okay, fair enough. That was just me being a little paranoid. Okay, I definitely hear... There we go. An arcane egg. Oh, come on. I think that's just a... Yeah, that's just something I can trade. Which is not nothing. I mean, again, I'm short on money. I think I've already dealt with the... Yeah. It's a little disorienting because I died on my way up. Yeah, it's funny. I don't think there's any purpose for them other than to sort of act as a sort of a store of value. And yet I've been so reluctant to sell any, like the first not arcane egg, but like the first item that I could trade that I sold, I wanted it back. It's weird. I mean, it's the same reason why, you know, if I'm playing an Elder Scrolls game, I'm gonna have an inventory full of like pots. But very rarely stuff is included by chance. What am I missing here? Oof. I'm not so much worried about the spikes, I'm worried about the guy on the other end. Oh, wait a minute. I bet it wasn't the fact that I got the shade cloak. I bet this was caused by the fact that I've got the King Soul equipped. Oh, that's cool. No cost too great. Yeah, this has to have been unlocked because of the King Soul. Otherwise, that reference wouldn't make sense. Oh God, I'm definitely getting the implications now. Oh Jesus. What I'm not clear on here is if these are all sort of the failed versions of whatever I am on this quest, or if these are people who are given up for another task. No mind to think. To break. No voice to cry suffering. Born of God and void. Oh, that's a really nice touch. You shall seal the blinding light that plagues their dreams. You are the vessel. You are the Hollow Knight. Collected the Void Heart. Man, this game's full of surprises. Alright, this is actually the point where I'd love to... Oh, and I hit like a truck now. I'd love to have ended it right here, but I know I prefer to end on a bench just so I don't teleport out of places. So there is one last place I'd like to check out before I call it a night. That was a really neat little little sequence. Ah, pushed the wrong button. Come on. Oh, you know what? I completely screwed up. I don't know if you're still here. Uncle Cranky, but it occurred to me I had a much better shout out for you when you visited, and I completely forgot how I wanted to. Oh, hello. I completely forgot how I wanted to phrase it. I was gonna say that he is an Australian who has found success in a foreign land, and so one might call him the Mel Gibson of entertainers. Voices will cry out again. Huh, okay. This is definitely one that's giving me pause. So, this does give me some freedom, though. I will confess, so obviously this has gone longer than I was planning. I actually got through more than I thought we would tonight. No, I haven't figured this out yet. I have a feeling, if I were to guess which one... So beyond hidden stuff I haven't figured out yet. I have a feeling this is going to be the one that... I have a feeling that this is going to be the one that creates the... Wait a minute. I think I already tried this, but while I'm down here... But yeah, other than the hidden stuff, which I just legitimately have not discovered yet, I have a feeling this is going to be the one that I struggle with the most. Oh, actually, first of all, I also want to get a read on what this void heart, an emptiness that was hidden within, now unconstrained, unifies the void under the bearer's will. This charm is part of the bearer and cannot be unequipped. Well then, okay. So, mask shards, vessel fragments, stream gate, descending dark shades, soul focus, howling wraiths. I really thought that would have... You can't blame me for... you can see where the... You can see where the inference comes from, right? Anyways, one of the things I was thinking about, I'm like, well, you know, maybe like the Soul Eater, the Shaman Stone, like, because they've got the, you know, like this is the closest to the Howling Race is the up button. Ah, you're right. This is what I get for calling it the Hadouken and such. Alright. It looks like those guys don't give me soul. Long. All right. Consumed the Abyss Shriek. Tap A while holding up to unleash the shriek. Spells will deplete soul, replenish soul by striking enemies. Okay, I mean, it's not the end of the world if I didn't find that, but... So yeah, the original. So the funny thing is that I approached this from a totally different a totally different direction. So the first thing I was thinking is like, okay, well, we've got the soul. This is like the closest we can get to the open mouth, so maybe it's that. And then when I was talking with you, I was like, okay, hang on a second. So what consumes soul? Abilities. And then I recalled that one of them had the name. Of course, again, it's late, so I mistook the title, obviously. But yeah, it's once you think about it, the clue is pretty clear. I will admit I was thinking it would unlock another area, and I'm kind of glad it didn't. But I think I can give the Abyss a little bit of a rest for now. I will come. I was a little bit of like, man, you call something Howling Race and you talk about the voice calling in. I'm like, okay, well, it's like you can't blame me for trying on that one. So, yeah, I was just being dumb for other reasons. Sorry, I'm so quiet. I'm a little worn out. Today was a tough day, and well, I didn't exactly go through the easiest part of the game. So again, I do really want to come back to the White Palace. I really do not think I have it in me to do first thing on the next stream. Let's take a minute to visit Dirtmouth. What station is this? Hidden all the way at the bottom of the world. Until I heard the bell calling, I didn't even know the Stagways traveled so deep. You've discovered something quite astounding, little one. No matter how old I grow, the world still keeps surprises like this stowed away. So the one thing I didn't do that I thought I was going to do is banish, or whatever Brun wants me to do. I'm pretty sure he said banish. No, he said we were gonna break the ritual. So I guess it's not. Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference between banishing and breaking a ritual. Anyways, inconveniencing the Grim Troop. I kind of thought I was gonna try that tonight, but I was a little cash strapped. So, but this was a really enjoyable time in Hollow Knight, as always. So I know this is not the way that I become super famous online, but I think, especially given the fact that you have, if you're interested in watching Hollow Knight, you have so many more other options there. It does really mean quite a bit to me that that you chose to spend some time with me, however long or however short, and especially a number of you, given the given who stopped by. I do really wish that I could do some more of this, but I am tired. There's a lot of people who I'd like to host tonight. However, and I'll tell you a couple that you might want to check out. So we've got Static Saturn. She is currently streaming Apex Legends. She sometimes streams with Brian on the Rocks, who is a developer on Apex Legends. I think he does a very good job of showing off that game, and I know she's looking to build her channel. I was talking about Night Valian a little bit earlier. He was... oh, sorry, not that one. Alien28 was in a little bit earlier. He is currently playing a game called Cyber Shadow, which I'm unfamiliar with. But tonight we are going to be raiding Valiant Cheese, who is also an Australian developer. So in addition to Team Cherry, Valiant Cheese is a heck of a guy, and he's actually released... Oh, let me try that again. I'm really tired, in case you didn't notice. Valiant Cheese has just recently released a kind of his prototype for his take on Minesweeper. It's dinosaur themed. It's called Bone Sweeper. Currently, I think that's a working title. He's a really nice guy, and if any of you are interested in game development, he uses Godot. He's pretty open about his tools, and he tends to use a lot of open source tools, releases on Linux and such. So I think it's probably going to be fun for some of you, just in the sense of getting to see how the sausage is made. So I'd love it if you guys would come along, give it a look. Please do check out those other streamers if if that's not your thing, because again, it's nice to support people within the community. As for me, I have a lot of videos to record this weekend, so unlikely I will do sort of many makeups for last Wednesdays. But Monday we're back with Phantom Brigade. Tuesday another Oblivion episode, as long as I get it recorded on time. Wednesday we're back to Industries of Titan. I'm really looking forward to that. And for those of you who just hang out for Hollow Knight, I will see you all on Friday. Please have fun at Cheeses, and have a wonderful evening or morning.